So, good evening. This open meeting of the Newbury Conservation Commission is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order.
Okay, let me jump. Bye-bye for now.
Due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. In order to mitigate the transmission of the COVID-19 virus, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. For this meeting, the Newbury Conservation Commission is convening via Zoom as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that some attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to see you and you should take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All of the materials for this meeting, except any executive session materials, are available on the Town of Newbury's website under agendas, and we recommend the members and the public follow the agenda as posted unless I, the chair, know otherwise. We're now turning to the first item on the agenda. Before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. I, the chair, will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comment, question, or motion. Please hold until your name is called. Further, please remember to mute yourself when you're not speaking, and please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage with each other, please do so through the chair. After members have spoken, the chair will record public comments as follows. The chair will first ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify their names and addresses. And once the chair has a list of all public commentators, I will call on each by name and afford 3 minutes for any comment. Finally, each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by roll call. All done. Here's our script.
It's official.
So, game on. What are we up to first? First item on the agenda, the next regularly scheduled meeting is June 1st and June 22nd. We have no minutes to cover, and we are, oh, right. Hey, Kathy,
yes.
On this list, let's rearrange it. What, do you happen to know anybody who is here that we can sort of move from a long wait to get their business dealt with to, you know, get them in, get them out? Is there
Okay,
any...
we have Steve DeSalvo is here, Jim Stewart is here. Dave Smith is here. Hold on, I've got somebody coming in. Dave Manty is here. Justin Leonard should be here. Up there he is. So you might be able to.
Or Ben or Pete, if there's any, you know, we had a discussion going for a little bit trying to figure out how to order up today.
Well,
we didn't need to.
Yeah, I know, Brian, but I think that the time for that's passed, and let's just get rolling.
I don't see any that look obviously short.
Yep.
The only short ones would be the certs of compliance for Neeland and.
No, we'll do them at the end.
Okay.
Nobody's waiting on those.
Okay.
All right, so we'll just take it as is, and hopefully, people don't have to wait too long. So, Steve DeSalvo, you're up for 16 and 20 Northern Boulevard, an NOI to nourish the dune and low area with compatible sand estimated to fill an area 130 feet by 50 feet and 1.5 feet deep to ensure existing dune grass will grow, to plant additional dune grass, and to install sand fencing to encourage dune growth and stability. All right.
Brian, I have the plans on PDF for that if you want to see them.
Let's start with Mr. DeSalvo and or his representative. If you want to, are they here or are they?
It's Steve DeSalvo is here.
All right. So let's let him, if he wants to share the plans and walk us through theirs. Just for everybody listening, we don't have an agent this evening. So unfortunately, it's going to take a different flavor than it usually does. But Mr. DeSalvo, why don't you lead us off, and you can drive, so to speak, for a moment.
Great. Good evening. My name is Steve DeSalvo of 16 Northern Boulevard. My wife and I own that property, and also on the call is my neighbor Jody Latimer, who with his wife owns 20 Northern Boulevard. And together we filed the NOI as you described, because we would like to have the ability to nourish the dune between, basically it exists between 5th and 7th Street right-of-ways, and the area behind our houses toward the ocean, which is basically the area encumbered by the permanent easements that were granted by the then owners in 2010 prior to the beach nourishment. Even though those dunes have remained relatively healthy, there's some areas, some low areas, and we would like to have the option to nourish those dunes since they're our primary protection. And then, of course, plant grass and put in sand fencing to encourage the growth of the dune over time. You know, that is simply what we would like to accomplish. Happy to answer questions. Jody, who's on the call, did consult with John Hartnett, who's an engineer who's done many projects like this in the past. And so we'd like to, you know, again, I can try and answer any questions you may have, but that's just pretty straightforward, pretty simple.
Okay. Well then, Kathy, while I go around the horn, if you want to put up for
16 and 22.
everybody watching at home, yeah. If Steve doesn't want to sort of walk us through anything, you can put up what you have, and I'll go around the horn with the commissioners.
I can walk through the materials that I submitted if that's beneficial, or you know, you please guide me whatever's most efficient. I know you've got a long agenda, so I don't want to speak if
All right,
it's.
then we'll go around the horn on the commissioners, and as we need things, if there's a point to bring up, we'll try to bring it up. And Kathy, if you're sort of ready for that, we can theoretically move quicker, or we can hand the reins back over if it makes it easier. So,
Are you
Ben,
seeing
what do you
this?
want to say?
Yeah, sorry.
I've seen your documents.
I see your Windows Explorer page, but I don't see it, like you're opening PDFs, but I don't see the PDF.
Figures.
Just back out and screen share again and click on it. There you go. Open it now and then click on it.
That work?
Not yet.
Yep.
What?
There you go.
This works so much better in zoning.
If you can do it, if you can open the plan, that would be helpful.
This is the plan.
That is the plan. Okay.
Yes, this
There's
is
not a site
here we
plan.
go.
Okay. Okay.
There it is. Okay, hold on. Let me rotate.
All right. I think while you're figuring that out,
You can
You know, my
continue
only
while I try to get this.
yeah. I think my only comment would simply be I'd like to do a site walk just to look at the place and sort of put my eyes on it before, you know, I make any decisions. But that's just my take. Ben, what do you think? What do you know?
I would just say that without an ability to review the plans prior to the meeting, I have a million questions. They may or may not be in the plans, but I'm not in any place to make a decision tonight unless, you know, in a timely manner anyways.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Daniel?
Can I
You
just,
are-
for a reference point, what you're looking at, since you're looking at this plan was created in 2014 because in 2009, the town of Newbury deposited about 20 truckloads of sand in that area on the lower part of the graphic to protect my home prior to the nourishment because it was likely to go in. it was at the end of the old sandbags. And I just used this drawing since it was existing. And the area in the dark bold above is the area that we're looking to nourish. The area between the homes, that sand was removed by the town. Tracy was the proponent back in 2014 to remove that sand since it was no longer needed. So that's what that is. But just, since it sounds like some of you hadn't had a chance to read this whole package. So I used that because the conditions really haven't changed. And in addition to the other graphic just before this one, that delineates the project area, if that's helpful. There's the project area from the assessor's map. Essentially, it's the same area on two different drawings.
Okay. Yeah, I was just double checking. I don't see these plans in my inbox.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't
So,
either. I guess, yeah, Mr. DeSalvo, it's not on your end. I think it's on our end where without a conservation agent this month, we didn't get a lot of the plans.
Until very late in the day.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
or at
that's
all.
unfortunate. I submitted it, a long time ago. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think
Sorry about
again,
that.
it's not on you. So I mean, a few basic questions is where have you sourced the sand? How are you planning to get it there? What's the duration that you want to keep adding sand for? Do you want to make this an annual activity for the life of the permit? Mary, I'm sure has even better questions than I can come up with.
Our basic, so I'll answer to the best I can. And if Jody my neighbor wants to add anything, he will. Essentially, we were going to source the sand from, why am I drawing a blank? The place in Ipswich, whose name just went out of my head.
Bentley Warren?
Excuse me?
Bentley Warren?
Bentley Warren, thank you very much. Bentley Warren, who's provided sand to other similar projects on the island. And, the proposal would be to have it brought in. Essentially, we want to do it once, although obviously the permit would give us the right to do it more than that, but essentially we would like to do it once and deposit it in that area between our homes that, where the sand had been deposited previously, and then have the engineer use equipment to bring it over the top of the dune and spread it so that it, would fill in the low areas, and as mentioned, at a depth not to harm or kill the existing dune grass that's there. That, my layperson understanding is that you can put, a foot or foot and a half of sand on top, and this existing mature grass will grow through it. But that's, we can obviously clarify or meet any, requirements as necessary. We're trying to be proactive because we know from experience that although the dune is relatively stable, we've had a lot of erosion, as you probably know, over the last several months, right just north of Center Island Groin. There's a lot of discussion about stones that were placed there and have affected sand movement over the last couple of years. And we're trying to be proactive so we can protect our homes and nourish the dune, which we believe is consistent with what the beach management plan is and what the terms of the permanent easement are. At least that's the spirit with which we've made this proposal.
perfect. That sounds good. That sounds like a clear message to me. But yeah, let's keep going around and see what the rest of the commission has in mind. Ben, anything more on your end? Are you good?
I'm good.
Okay. Bill, Lord?
I think I'm good with it. I don't totally understand it, but I think I'm good with it so far.
Daniel?
Yeah, so I did get these plans. Kathy did share them. It took me a while to go back and find them, but I have seen the plans, so.
I'm sorry, they got sent late.
No, I mean, this was like a week ago.
Oh, I did send those. Some of the other ones were later in the day.
So I looking at this, in your narrative, you described this is in a natural heritage map habitat. And I do believe that you will need to apply to for a MISA review, endangered species review. I don't think we can.
We
skip
did, and we
that.
received their response. If you'd like me to share that, if you, and Conscom received a copy as well. So as required, we submitted to MISA and received a letter basically acknowledging that it's in an area where piping plovers nest, and essentially saying that we would be precluded from this activity between April 15th, I think it was, and August 31st. And that we'd have to allow, independent verification on the property, to see if there are plovers nesting. But outside of that period of time, we'd be allowed to proceed from their perspective, obviously subject to your approval, for a 5-year period.
No, I appreciate that. We did receive some of the file, but we did not, I have not seen that. So that covers question 1. Question 2, you partially covered, is the timing of the activity, and that will, the Natural Heritage letter gives you that that sort of time frame when you can operate. It sort of sounds like nothing is going to happen here until
August.
August at least, and it's you're going to wait that long to plant dune grass anyways. It's not.
I think it's kind of late. We don't want to plant dune grass, or at least I think our current thinking. We had initially started inquiries to the conservation agent in February, but just, we are where we are now. And so at this point, I think we're just trying to follow through so that we have the ability in the fall and be proactive. And it does not make sense given, the fact that it's going to get hotter. Dune grass is not good to be planted, beyond a certain point. In terms of fencing, I think we can put perimeter fencing up, I think, without a permit, as I understand it, but at least, but in terms of the dune itself, when I say perimeter, I mean, on the outside of that area. At least that's what everybody seems to do, and in the past conservation agent has encouraged us to do. But within the area, we're not intending to do anything until after that August 31st period.
Yeah. So another question I have is the extent of the area you're going to work in. It sort of was a little vague on whether you're going to stay on the dune or if you're going to go over the edge onto the beach.
We don't intend to go over the edge. I mean, that's so, what's happened is that the area of the easement has, the dune has receded because of erosion. Our idea would not be to nourish over the edge of the dune. It's just to nourish what's still there. Again, we probably will put up fencing along that perimeter, the fencing that we've lost. And, it may or may not capture sand over time, but, for now, the intention and the measurements, I believe that 50 feet, which would be the area east to west, is consistent with what's still there.
Okay, I mean, the narrative as I read it talked about not to get into the intertidal area, but you're clearly not intending to go over the dune face there. And
no, and in fact, I'm not exactly sure, as you could see from the assessor map, the green areas, which are lots that are owned by the town, which are effectively the beach itself, right? Those were historical lots pre-erosion. We would only intend to be nourishing on our own property.
so, I think you could maybe add that to the narrative in terms of just, more defining in more detail exactly where you're working. You're not going to be down on the beach. That's good. And I think it might help if we had a little more clarity on how the sand is going to be moved up to put it in place. how the area that you're going to use to access the upper part of the dune, how that's going to be, how are you going to paint yourself out of the corner there? Presumably there'll be some damage to that, to the vegetation in that area between the two homes. So maybe there could be a bit more detail on that. That I think is kind of finishes my questions. I want to commend you for bringing this in front of us, and we would like to try to make this as easy as possible, but sometimes that really isn't something that can happen the way we'd like. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Mary.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. I think he covered a lot of it. I noticed we don't have a DEP number, so I'm assuming we need to continue this. I would like to do a site visit. I'm a little bit unclear on some of the activities. I would like to have a copy of the natural heritage letter or see it. That would be helpful. And the plan that was submitted, I think maybe you may get some comments from DEP on the plan and the sufficiency of it, because I think it has information on it that's carried over from another project, and it's going to be confusing. So I think that, maybe I can suggest that we do a site visit sometime between now and June 1st. And I'm generally in support of the project as long as we can find a way to do it to minimize impacts and make sure that the vegetation is restored as quickly as possible. And I'm sure that's what the homeowners' goals are as well. So we are aligned in that.
Excellent. All right. Thank you, Mary. Peter?
Yeah, hi, good evening. Stephen, thank you for your intentions here and your desire to try to stabilize the site. No additional comments other than I would also agree that a site walk would be helpful for this project. So thanks.
All right. So then let's do a check for public commentary. Any hands in the air?
Steve Mangan.
Steve, anybody else? Just to get a tally of anybody else who wants to speak.
Steve
No hands
Mangan is
in.
on.
Right. Yeah. All right. Steve, just you.
Sure. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. In general, I support the concept, since ultimately protecting the beachfront has a lot to say about protecting the water and sewer infrastructure, which I realize is well back from the area that's under consideration for remediation, but nonetheless, protecting the infrastructure is important. As I understand it, public access is not going to be compromised, because again, when the sand was brought in several years ago, the homeowners on the beachfront north of the center had to ensure that there would be continued public access. And it doesn't sound to me like this, is going against that grain, but that may be something you want to keep on pursuing. I share Dan's comment about, how you're going to get the sand there. I think that'll be tricky, and how that's going to be remediated once you bring the material in. But one other comment I want to make, putting on my geology hat, is that I heard reference being made to some of the work that may have been done at the center groin, bringing in a few stones and boulders. I recall a conversation with Doug Packer a long time ago, maybe not so long, where maybe 4 or 5 or 6 boulders were brought in to that groin. And I cannot believe that those 4 or 5 boulders have substantially changed the flow of sand in the area. That area is subject to flow which changes with the seasons, with the years, with the decades. And I don't think that the bringing in of 5 boulders has substantially altered what happens on a multi-year cycle. And I think from my perspective as a geologist, that's one of the things we need to put to bed, and not have the issue of 5 boulders being responsible for erosion throughout the island on the beachfront. And with that, that's my comment. So thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Can I respond, or is that not appropriate?
I think that's a good offline discussion. That's just, yeah. I know what you want to talk about, and yeah, that's a lot of back and forth.
can I just comment about the right-of-way comment? I'm going to leave the other thing alone.
Right away is okay. Let's do the right away. Sure.
So while the 5th and 7th Street right-of-ways are the boundaries of the project, there is no intention to use them for access or impact them in any way.
Thank you. Good clarification.
You can
Um,
send me any
I'm-
comments, Steve.
So, I'm sorry, Kathy, what did you say?
If Steve has any, anything he wants to send to the board, he can send me an email. I will forward.
Okay, thank you, Kathy.
Mhm.
So at this point, it looks like we need to schedule a site walk. What do we have for availability and whatnot?
Are weekends better
Consistent-
for people or evenings?
Sorry, say that again, Mary?
Weekends or evenings?
I've got a preference for evenings.
Sometimes weekends are good, but my next couple of weekends are not.
Um,
How about Thursday, May 20th at 5:30 or 6 o'clock?
I could do 6, that would work.
Anyone else?
That'll work for me.
And this is
Mr.
Jody Latimer at 20 Northern Boulevard, and that's fine with me.
Do you want us there or not?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like us, if we could arrange to have the engineer there, to have him there?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely, yeah. The more the merrier, to a point.
So if it's okay with you, Brian, I'd make a motion to have a site visit at May 20th at 6 PM and to continue the public hearing till June 1st, 2021.
I'll second that.
Second that.
Who did that first,
Excellent.
please? Was that
All
you,
right,
Barry?
roll call.
Who seconded Ben?
Ben or Bill, whoever you want.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'll pick one.
All right, roll call, Benjamin.
Yes.
All right, Bill,
Yes.
Daniel,
Yes.
Mary,
Yes.
and Peter.
Yes.
Excellent. I'm also voting yes. All right. Thank you, Mr. DeSalvo, and we will see you then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
And Kathy, I'm sorry. Went back and found that email from last week but it didn't say in the title, so I'm blind. And thank you, Dan.
Still missed it. So,
Dan's like, don't give me credit for anything.
They didn't do anything.
All right.
Well, I wouldn't have gone and looked to get way far back if you hadn't said something.
oh, man. All right. Hey, save the jokes for later. We've got hours here to go. Jim Stewart, 26 12th Street is our next, an RDA to confirm that an isolated vegetated wetland located at 26 12th Street does not meet the criteria as an isolated wetland under the Town of Newbury Wetland Bylaw and associated regulations. Also seeking confirmation that the isolated vegetated wetland does not meet criteria as a wetland resource area as defined by Mass W Wetland Protection Act and its associated regulations 310 CMR 10.0. All right, Mr. Stewart, what's going on? I think this may be a moot point, but what's on your mind?
I have someone from ECR who prepared the RDA and Glenn Wood that'll do the speaking on my behalf.
Okay.
Good evening, Commission. This is Cameron Larson with Environmental Consulting and Restoration. Thanks, Jim. Also on the call with us is Glenn Wood with Rubin and Rudman. So tonight we're going to present to you the RDA for 26 12th Street in Newbury. The site itself is an undeveloped parcel located to the west of 12th Street. Wetland delineation was completed by others on the site previously and concluded that there was an isolated vegetated wetland located on the property. Environmental Consulting and Restoration completed a review of this site also and confirmed that the isolated vegetated wetland was accurately delineated on the parcel. We've also confirmed that it is in fact an isolated wetland. It is not bordering on any water body and there's no hydraulic connection to any other wetland on the site or nearby. We've estimated that it's approximately 12,000 square feet in size. And therefore, based on that information, we concluded that this isolated wetland is not jurisdictional under the Wetland Protection Act, nor is it jurisdictional under the Newbury Wetlands Protection Bylaw. So what we're seeking from the commission tonight is to confirm that this area of the site, this area being the isolated vegetated wetland, is not subject to protection by the Wetland Protection Act or the Newbury Wetland Bylaw. So if the commission has any questions regarding that, I'd be happy to address that.
Did you say
Yeah.
12,000 or 1,200?
I'm sorry, 1,200 square feet, if I misspoke, 1,200.
You said 1,000.
It's all good. All good. I just wanted to double check. I just suddenly scrolled around and there was like 12,000. I've seen that wetland.
Brian, James Stewart is holding his little hand up.
I
yeah.
wanted to point out the 1,200 as well, but that's.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so what is the purpose of this RDA? I mean, you know, RDAs aren't usually used to do this kind of thing. I mean, this all feels like this doesn't feel like it fits the nature of the beast a little bit. You know, you're not asking to do any work, you're asking to do a delineation confirmation, but delineation confirmations usually aren't done this way. I mean, I'm confused about the application.
No problem. I can clarify. Does the commission mind if I share my screen for a moment?
I will give you sharing. Hold on, please.
Great.
Okay, you are now a co-host, Cameron. You can share.
Thank you. What I'm going to pull up is the actual Wetland Protection Act Form 2 that outlines the determination we're seeking here. So can everybody see this?
Yep.
We can see that? Okay, great.
Yep.
So yeah, as you mentioned, we're not proposing any work in this application. And nor are we seeking to actually confirm the location of the wetland flags. What we're seeking the commission to vote on tonight would be a -1 determination and a -6 determination. So if you see here, a -1 determination states that the area described in the request, meaning the isolated vegetated wetland, is not an area subject to protection under the act or the buffer zone. Moving down to a -6, this refers to your bylaw stating that the area and or work, there's no work being proposed, described in the request is not subject to review and approved by the town of Newbury pursuant to their wetland bylaw. So that's what we're seeking tonight. We're not seeking to confirm the location of the wetland flags. We're not seeking to approve any work. We're simply seeking to confirm that this wetland is not jurisdictional.
Again, this is the part where you're kind of confusing me because it's on Plum Island, correct?
I'm sorry?
I mean, this site is on Plum Island, right?
Yes, correct.
Right, and so Plum Island is jurisdictional. And so even if the thing you're talking about applies, the site itself remains jurisdictional. And so those checkings would be inappropriate.
Well, that is correct. I do agree with what you're saying regarding the Plum Island and the other resource areas. In our application that we've submitted, we have noted the other resource areas on the site itself. Barrier Beach, coastal dune, land subject to coastal storm flowage, all areas subject to jurisdiction by the commission. As I pointed out, that determination seeks to make a determination on an area. We're not seeking determination on the whole site. It's a specific area outlined in the request. And that area that we've clearly outlined in the request is the isolated vegetated wetland.
Let me give this a shot, Brian.
Yeah, go for it, Ben, because. Yeah, why
Cameron,
not?
I think what Brian's trying to say is that if you think about it in overlays,
Right.
regardless of whether or not this is a jurisdictional isolated vegetated wetland, it is an isolated vegetated wetland that's sitting in a coastal flowage, that's sitting on a barrier beach. So you could say that it's the isolated wetland component is not jurisdictional, but the entire area encompassed by that isolated wetland is sitting in jurisdictional land. So the area is still jurisdictional. We may not have anything to say about, we may or may not have anything to say about aspects of the isolated vegetated wetland, but that doesn't mean that the area in which that vegetated wetland is not jurisdictional. The whole thing's jurisdictional.
I certainly understand what you're saying, and I can agree that there's also those resource areas there. What we're asking the commission to do is make a determination just on the isolated wetlands. So we can, we can accept the determination with any kind of language that refers to these other resource areas that are on site, that are jurisdictional. We're fully aware of that. So we're just seeking the commission to make, that determination on the IVW, and, however the commission feels is the most appropriate way to do that. I think we're willing to accept that.
All right, let's go around the horn and see what other thoughts people have. Bill, Dan, Mary, let's just freeform this. What's on your minds? Peter?
I just, I spent some time looking at Form 2, and I think the appropriate determination is a +1.
Okay. Bill?
I'm a little confused at why this is, I'm confused at why we're asked this question if it's still jurisdictional after we approve all this. So I'm going to keep listening. Maybe I'll figure it out.
Well, maybe a little clarification, obviously there's different performance standards for different wetland resource areas. Performance standards would have to be met for coastal dune, barrier beach, land subject to coastal storm flowage. But with a ruling that would, to make a determination that this is not a jurisdictional wetland, vegetated wetland, of course, there would be no performance standards that would need to be met for a wetland. So that's kind of where, what we're seeking. We fully understand the other resource areas on the site. Performance standards will have to be met for those. I guess, just trying to get a vibe from the commission, if we all agree that the vegetated wetland we're referring to is not jurisdictional.
This isn't the Mr. Stewart's property, correct?
I don't have an answer for you on that.
I believe it's town property.
Town property. It is town property.
Is there anyone from the town here to speak?
No.
Mr. Chair, Tom Hughes with Hughes Environmental Consulting.
Hey, Tom, hold on a second. Let's finish going around the horn.
Yep.
Mary, do you want to chime in, or Peter, do you want to chime in?
I'm not sure if Mary had to recuse herself from this discussion.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I haven't heard any comments. So yeah, I'm curious as to why we're splitting hairs over something that is confusing to understand, because we're tiptoeing through something, and what is the intention of the tiptoeing? I guess to ask the question bluntly.
That's fair, Pete. I was personally, I was tiptoeing to see if there was something that I didn't understand at play, and as Ben pointed out, this is somebody else's land the RDA is being requested on, and no work is being proposed. and it's jurisdictional regardless, so we can't say it's not jurisdictional because that just creates more worms than it buries, so to speak. So, you know, I was kind of hoping that, you know, Cameron could explain what was going on and why this was here in front of me. And I appreciate him trying. I think, Cameron, you're doing fine with what you've got, but you don't have, in the mayor speaking, from my perspective, you don't have anything to work with. Literally, there's no project, there's no property, there's no ownership. And, you know, in the mayor speaking, we're talking about nothing. You know, so.
Mr. Chairman, Glenn Wood, can I maybe build out on what Cameron said on behalf of the applicant for the RDA?
Well, hold on, just because people are chiming in now. So if we're going to start taking public comment, I should go back.
I think Tom's here representing the town potentially.
Say again, Ben?
I think that Tom might be here representing the town. Is that the case, Tom?
It is. I was frankly not aware that this had been filed. I understood it might be coming, but if I can just point out that the RDA is a broad brush tool. It is an area jurisdictional or is an area not jurisdictional. So in this case, it's on a barrier beach, it's coastal dune, it's within a floodplain, which is land subject to coastal storm flowage. So a positive determination would be appropriate. The kind of refinement of accuracy of what resources in particular are there and boundary type things beyond a simple, BVW boundary delineation are more appropriately done through a order of resource area delineation. I think the reason that they've filed an RDA is because it doesn't require a town signature. It does require that they provided a copy to the town, but it's not the appropriate tool, in my opinion, for what they're seeking to do. And I think the commission's only option here is to issue a positive one, unless you want to say that that portion within the dune that was flagged because it had wetland characteristics has no jurisdiction under the Wetland Protection Act. And I think I don't think there's a member of the commission that would agree that that's not jurisdictional to you.
Yeah, very much agree, Tom.
And I would also say, if you in any way want to head down a road of doing anything other than a clear positive determination, I would suggest you consult with town council before making an opinion.
Thank you, Tom.
Yep.
So, and then who is the other? Sorry.
Glenn, it was Glenn Wood.
Glenn, you want to chime in at this point?
Sure. We're happy with a positive one determination relative to Barrier Beach and Coastal Dune under the Act, as well as under the bylaw. We're obviously allowed to file an RDA because any person, quote unquote, can file on any property. We're not seeking a delineation of anything. Obviously, the entire site is Barrier Beach and Dune. We all know that. But in the RDA process, you can surely make a determination as to why, meaning what resource areas are applicable under the Act and the bylaw. And so what we're looking for is a determination that the resource areas that are applicable to the site are Barrier Beach, Dune, and land subject to coastal storm flowage under the Act and the bylaw, but under the, and that's it. And so I suppose we could live without a negative determination as to it being an isolated vegetated wetland under the bylaw, because under your present bylaw, you don't have that jurisdiction presently. And so we're just trying to, through this process, make clear that there is no isolated wetland jurisdiction under your bylaw, because there has been statements made and there's being decisions made that somehow this is an isolated wetland that somehow has some kind of jurisdiction that somehow affects how maybe future projects may be designed. And so that's the purpose of this filing, for this commission to determine that in fact, the only resource areas that are applicable under the act and the bylaw for this property are dune, barrier beach, and land subject to coastal storm flowage. So I don't disagree. I believe the commission should in fact issue a positive, but make a finding as to those specific resource areas that it is jurisdictional towards solely under the act and the bylaw. So I think that would be a clarification of our request.
We don't have anything in the bylaw about IBW.
Agreed.
So so I think that the request is not logical.
Well, we can refine it as we're speaking here, because obviously when you issue an RDA, you have to make a determination as to what resource areas are applicable. So a finding as to which ones are applicable is fine with us.
So
the RDA stands as an RDA. So I mean, you either issue it in a positive, or you issue it in a negative. We're happy for it to be a positive, but as related to specific resource areas.
So I think the discussion point is a good discussion point. I don't necessarily agree that it's a good use of an RDA. Happy to talk about this kind of stuff further offline. If you want to better understand some of the ways the regs and the laws interact with each other, great. That's all good and fine. But in the determination that's going to come out of this is going to be a positive one, because there's no way to say any part of any of that land is not jurisdictional at all. And so,
that's
fine.
The
kind of jurisdiction is irrelevant to the RDA. It's jurisdictional. It's just flat jurisdictional. Ergo, and that's
fine.
Could I ask a question, Brian? Did our agent have any knowledge of this prior to his departure?
Yeah. He sent he put an email out to us to that effect. Essentially, this is this is a good discussion question. To engage with the law, to engage with the regs. To talk about the bylaw process that we've got, that we want to adopt some new language. That's all great. This is a good way to engage with it, but this isn't what an RDA is for. And so, yeah.
Well, an RDA is to determine what resource areas are applicable to a site. And so we're happy with a positive determination which specifies those resource areas that the site is has jurisdiction with. Again, that's fine with us.
Okay. All that being said, any other commentary from anybody else out in the world, or do we want to just run a motion to do a positive one?
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask the applicant who they provided as ownership, who they provided the certified copy of the RDA to on behalf of the town?
I think you can ask that question, Tom. Absolutely.
I suspect that it was sent to Town Hall, but I'd have to follow up on that.
Okay, because you're required to, as you know, you're required to provide that to the owner by certified mail at the same time that you submit. I was aware something might be coming, but I was not aware it had been filed. Yeah, so I would suggest, you do issue a positive one. When the town moves forward with the notice of intent, the resource areas and performance standards will be addressed in that. And I think that's the appropriate time to have discussions about how an area is protected that's on town land and in an area of a town project. But that said, I'll defer to you guys.
An RDA process is a very applicable tool for any person of the Commonwealth to use on property of another. It's a something that MACC suggests is available. Concom's can even use it themselves, but I would just suggest again a positive one, but again stated to the applicable resource areas, and we're fine with that. I think just saying that it's positive but not specifying what the resource areas are is not the appropriate end result here of an RDA, because then it doesn't, there's no specificity to it.
So, yeah, Ben, I was just going to say one thing and actually read, you know, for Mr. Wood, a positive one determination. The language on the checkbox says the area described on the reference plan is an area subject to protection under the Act. Removing, filling, dredging, or altering of the area requires the filing of a notice of intent. And there's no optional fill-in. There's no, you know, put an asterisk down. That's different parts of, you know, that's a +2, +3, or sorry, 2A, 2B, 5. There's other lines further down on the form, but a +1 does not offer the option you are presenting. And so, you know, I think the conversation you want to have it's great, but that's not, I think we're just sort of, you know, spinning our wheels and wasting time at this point. You know, happy to converse somewhere else, some way else about whatever's on your mind, but, you know, this is, I think, neither the place nor the way to engage with the stuff that you're trying to engage with. Anyway, any other commentary from anybody before maybe we have a motion?
Move to issue a +1.
Second.
All right, roll call. Benjamin,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Daniel,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
and I'm also voting yes.
And
Okay,
Mary
and-
abstained.
Right. You know, and like I said, Mr. Wood, you know, reach out. We can talk about this offline, get to the heart of what you're trying to get to. That's fine. Might be a little trickier without an agent around all the time, but you know, maybe we can find a better way to get to the points we're trying to understand and engage with.
I think we've rather covered the topic rather well, because even the town's consultant has indicated that the vegetated wetland is not jurisdictional under the bylaw, which is the whole point that we're trying to make here. So I think our point's been well made this evening.
Okay. Well then, thanks for coming. See you next time. Moving right along. Matt Bailey at 2 Low Street is our next item. An NOI to perform landscaping and grade changes within the 100-foot buffer zone of a bordering vegetated wetland in an area currently maintained as a lawn. All right, Mr. Bailey or representative.
Mike Seecamp here. I'm representative for Matt Bailey, who is the landscaper contracted to do the work on the property. I'm also joined by, I believe, Mr. Casey and Ken Allen, owner. And I delineated the wetlands in April of 2020. The area between wetland flag B1 and B5, the lawn goes right up to a bordering vegetated wetland, which is dominated by cattails. Then as we go further to the west, from B5 to about B10, it's mostly lawn, and the lawn extends down into what is maintained partly as a wet meadow and partly as a meadow. It gets mowed. It looks like maybe once a year. So it is open land. And the area that we're planning to work in is basically rearranging the landscaping that is currently on the site. And there's a low area on the western end. If you look at page 3 of my project narrative, there's a photograph, and there's a basement door, And basically, that's going to be, we're proposing to fill that closer to the first floor, and then that'll be a patio there.
Mr. Seecamp, would you like to have that on the screen? I have that available.
Yeah, that would be great.
You want the application or the site plan?
Why don't you put the application, the project narrative, page 3? It's in the complete NOI.
Okay, hold on. We seeing that now?
Yep. So if you just scroll down to my narrative. Getting close. There we go. Next page.
Okay, there you go.
And just one more. Right? No, yeah, there you go. Okay, so if you look at that on the left side, the building in dark red, you can see the foundation wall and a door down there. So what we're proposing is to fill that area across, and then that will be a patio. And this lawn area that I described between wetland flag B5 and B10 is this, yes, it's that lawn area right there. So the bottom of the lawn, which is at the edge of the field, is wetland. And I base that on soil conditions because it's all maintained as lawn. So, and I included the soil profile for the area near wetland flag B9. Yeah, right there, you can see it. And that's looking in the opposite direction of that previous photo. And you can see the field, partly wet meadow, partly upland meadow, and it gets cut occasionally, which is perfect for wildlife and pollinators. And I'd like to point out that there's going to be the landscape. The project basically is enhancing the landscaping that's already there. So there's going to be a lot more shrubs and a lot more flowers. So it's going to be really good for birds and pollinators. And the areas that are going to be disturbed are lawn now. So there's no native vegetation that's going to be disturbed. However, if you look at the shrubs right in that photograph there, right on the left, right next to the red part of the building, those are invasive species. I think there's some multiflora rose in there and some burning bush. So that's going to come out obviously when that area gets filled. So I see this as a positive project from an ecological standpoint all the way around. The fact that the area is going to be more of a patio and a terrace would mean that there'll be less likelihood of incursions into the wetland in the future. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that the commission might have.
Okay, thank you. Let's go around the horn. Let's go in reverse alphabetical. Peter.
No questions.
Mary.
Again, there's no DEP file number yet. I would like a chance to review the wetland line. I have not had a chance to do that, so I think I'd like to walk that with Mike if I could. Looks like the new work is within 25 feet of nearest flag, with an addition of a planting bed that's maybe 15 feet from the wetland edge. So
Sure.
the plant, I would like to have a plant list of what's being planted that close to the wetland edge. But perhaps we can do a site visit, or I can walk it myself with Mike at some point. I would like to see it though. It's a little hard to see it from the road.
Okay.
But I would suggest that we continue for a DEP file number.
Mm-hmm. All right. And Daniel?
Kathy, you sent out one file number. That wasn't this one, or was it?
No, it wasn't, sorry.
Yeah.
This
there's
is
no
two,
file.
now, this was like last week.
Yeah,
Um,
I just checked too on my phone and there's no file number.
Yep.
It
I
looks,
check those every day.
I look from what I saw was pretty good erosion control, but maybe you can just talk about that, Mike.
Yeah, we have a graphic on the plan, and we have, I included the graphic in my project narrative. It's on, let's see, it's on page 2. And it's pretty straightforward. It's going to be like a silt sock, or we could also use a straw wattle. Either of those tubular ones will work, I think, in this application. And it's not an obstruction to wildlife.
Looks like a 12-inch Filtrex sock.
Yeah.
It seemed pretty robust.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
That looks good. I don't think I really have anything else.
Okay. Bill?
I don't have anything at this time. No. I'm
Okay.
good.
Ben?
I would echo Mary's comment about liking to see a planting plan, given the proximity to the wetland.
Okay, we can do that.
Yeah, and I'm gonna second Mary and Benjamin as well. Yeah, so the planting list. So then let's circle back. Does anyone besides Mary want to go have a look at the wetland line? No? All right. Well, I think we all believe you, Mary. So you can let us know. You can work it out with
Okay.
Mike.
I'll keep you posted.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
We can schedule that.
All right. So then, yeah, we don't have a number, so we're gonna wait on this anyway. So let's have a motion and
I'd just like
what
to,
did you think?
Excuse me.
excuse me,
Mr.
Mr. Chair,
Sorry.
I'd just like to ask if
Neighbor?
any other concerns by anybody?
Yes.
It doesn't seem like it. I mean, I should wait. I'm rushing for public commentary too. Is there anybody here who wants to speak to this?
Yes. This is Tim and Judy McCaffrey.
Where are you?
They're
Sorry.
blank.
They're in the bottom corner of the screen, right?
All right. Well,
Yeah.
anyway, yeah. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, no, I just, one concern that we had, the previous owners planted some trees which altered a lot of the water and kind of flooded some part of our property. It looks like the build out's going to be to more on the south side than the north side. We're just concerned about potential drainage coming into Two Low Street. If there's no drainage of water coming toward Two Low Street, then we're fine.
Yeah, everything slopes away from your property, Mr. McCaffrey.
Okay, perfect. No, that's the only question I had. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else going once, going twice? All right.
So
Need a
Yeah.
motion.
Is there
Make a
anything
motion.
else? Anybody wants to? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mary. I was just checking and double checking.
If you're ready, I can make a motion to continue the public hearing till June 1st.
Yeah, I just was. I thought Mike was going to say something a second ago.
Second.
No, I'm all set.
All right, great, Mike. We got a first and a second. Roll call. Benjamin.
I will vote yes, and a gentle reminder to people to identify their address when they speak publicly, please.
Good job. Very gentle. Bill Lord.
Yes.
Daniel.
Yes.
Mary.
Yes.
Peter.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. Moving along, we have Sharon Goodwin at 9 Plumbers Lane, an NOI to replace a failing septic system in the 100-foot buffer zone. And Ben sitting this one out. So, Miss Goodwin or representative? Greg, I saw your hand. You're muted, maybe.
I don't see anybody.
Greg Bernard, I see his mouth move.
This was basically a straight out replace the septic system as part of a real estate transaction. Ms. Goodwin is selling that property, and it's a contingency as part of the real estate transaction to get the septic system replaced.
Well, hold on, Kathy, but I mean, we need Greg. I see Greg's mouth moving still, and nothing's happening.
Oh, there you are. You're not muted, Greg.
Can't hear you. No.
We can't hear you, Greg.
Try calling in on your phone.
Right. Do you have your cell phone? You can dial in.
I do have files if you want me to share them.
Greg, just out of curiosity, just by hand signals, are you here for this one? Like maybe do this at the screen? It's not coming through, Greg.
Nope.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a phone number on the front of the agenda. Use that to call in.
All right, so maybe, Greg, while you get that figured out, we'll do the next one and we'll come back to you. So let's go to Justin Leonard at 3 Southern Boulevard, Plum Island. DEP number still not assigned. A continued NOI to restore an existing small parking area, continued from the past meetings. So, Mr. Leonard, are you here?
Yes, I am.
All right. How are you? How's things going? How you doing?
I'm all right. How are you? Trying to see if I can get my camera working here.
I have Justin's plan if you want me to put that up.
Yes, please. Because it sounds like Justin's on his phone.
Okay, hold on.
Justin, is that right on your phone or are you a computer? Or?
I'm actually, I had to stop and pull over on my drive home.
Yeah.
I'm able to get video.
Yeah.
So my plan was originally to restore a parking area. This is a property my family bought in 1959. My elderly grandmother lived there up until a few years ago and was unable to keep up with sand that's filled in over the years in the parking area. Since then, it's obviously filled in. I had started digging it back out without knowing that I was not able to. And then I was told I had to apply for the permit, applied for the permit. I talked with Bill, and he seemed to make it pretty clear that even though he agreed that I had a parking area there, he came out and looked at it, agreed. He talked with, I believe it was Mike Noyes, who used to work for John Hartnett, who did the water sewer install, who also confirmed that there was a parking area there, that for some reason I'm still not able to rebuild that parking area because it was non-conforming. Whatever it may be, I guess at this point, I don't have the time or money or anything else to pursue this any longer. So Bill and I had come up with a plan to fill in what I had taken back out. Bill drew up plans. We have come to an agreement on how much sand needs to get put back, vegetation and such. At this point, I'm just looking to get this put to bed and be done with it because I don't have the time or money to pursue this anymore.
Okay. It seems straightforward. So then let's go around the horn. Benjamin.
Do you need to see this anymore?
Leave it up. It doesn't hurt to leave it up. Benjamin, any comments?
Negative.
Okay. Bill Lord,
I don't have any comments. I think we ought to get it done.
okay. Daniel,
My only question would be just if the quickest and easiest way to get this done is just by enforcement order using the provided plan.
okay. Mary,
I wonder if was there a planting plan or anything included with the filing? I didn't go through everything, so I don't know. Or is it just
In the
planting?
picture there, he shows the planting plan. I believe he wanted a plug every 18 inches and 2 rose bushes or something planted.
Okay, is it on the plan somewhere? I don't see it.
I'm getting it up
Yeah.
now. There you go. It's
Yeah,
right
I
in
don't-
there.
Those dots,
see
I
that-
believe, represent each plug of grass that he was
Oh, okay.
requesting be
right.
planted.
Yeah, it's a really small area, and I agree, the work can just get done. We could do it through enforcement, or if you've already filed the notice of intent with DEP and it's just a matter of waiting for the file number, that's the quickest way.
That's correct. As far as I know, we're just waiting on the DEP's file number.
Okay, so you filed the filing fee and everything was submitted?
Yeah, this all started 5 months ago, 6 months ago. It actually started in June last year. We're
Okay.
almost up on a year now.
So sometimes you can call and find out what the holdup is on the file number. Sometimes it's just an administrative glitch.
I believe Bill was the one who was actually filing for the number. I don't know anything about it. Bill had
So he helped you through that. Okay.
Yeah. Bill ended up relabeling this and redoing the information on this as a dune restoration versus a parking lot restoration.
Okay.
Is what he told me.
Yep. So it's, I have no issue with the plan. It looks like it should be done. And I am in agreement with Dan that if it's easier to just do it through an enforcement action and withdraw your notice of intent, we can do that. But if you've already paid the fees, you might as well just see it through. So that's my only comment on that.
okay. Thank you, Mary. And Peter.
No comment, just to conclude it. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm going to second Peter on the thank you. I do hear the tiredness in your voice of this process. And, I sympathize with you. And I'm glad to hear that Bill helped you put this all together.
It just sucks because it was a parking area and he came out and agreed it was a parking area and got proof from a contractor who I have nothing to do with that it was a parking area, but because my grandmother was unable to keep up with it, therefore it's gone forever, which kind of sucks, but I guess that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
So, Brian, if I could interrupt here, there's not even there's not even a file listed at DEP for 26 for this address.
3 Southern Boulevard. Are you looking at the correct address?
My suspicion is that it was never issued.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay, yep.
It's there. I saw it today.
The plans were inadequate was the comment.
Okay, yep. All right, so we do have it. Thank you.
Yeah. So let's just sit on it until DEP, speaks up.
Okay.
Would be my take. So then, Mr. Leonard, I think at this point, what you're hearing from us is, so far so good, steady as she goes.
Sorry,
and
I
we'll see
got a phone call during what you said.
Yeah, we're just going to wait and see what the state says, if they comment on the plan. And then once they have their say and they make their comments and issue your number, then, from the sound of things, we'll give you a thumbs up and, hopefully you can finish this and we can get out of your hair.
Okay.
So thank you for pulling over and, having the conversation. Appreciate it. And we'll see what happens. So barring any other commentary from the public or the commission, I think we'll just continue this to the next meeting.
You need a motion? Yes, no?
Motion to continue to June 1st.
Second.
Roll call. Benjamin,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Daniel,
Yes.
Mary,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
and I'll also vote yes. Okay. So thank you again, Mr. Leonard, and hopefully we don't get anything from the state that, we have to, change anything for.
All right, thank you.
Moving on, we have David Nancy, 0 Pine Island Road.
I think we need to go
Map
back
30.
to Sharon Goodwin.
Yeah,
Right. Thank you,
Mr.
Mary.
Mr. Bernard, can you unmute yourself? Or wait, I can do it. Oh, no, you have to do it.
Can we hear him now?
*6.
Yeah, *6. Am I coming across now?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
All right. I'm very sorry for any of that mishap. Let me introduce myself. My name is Greg Bernard to represent Sharon Goodwin of 9 Plumbers Lane. There's a sale of the property. She had a failed septic system located behind the house. There's a BBW on the easterly side of the property. And if Kathy, if there's any
I
way
will
you can
pump
get a
that up.
copy of that plan,
Okay, hold on. Bear with me.
that's the least I can do.
Okay. So you want the septic plan?
Yes, please.
Okay. Share, people. There you go. Any particular area you want me to zoom in on?
Yeah, if you can zoom in, yep, right there is perfect.
Okay, I'm gonna go larger. Let me
Yeah,
know
that's
if you want
fine
it
too.
moved.
That's good.
That's fine too. We have a solid red line near the upper left-hand corner of the screen, which is the BBW. Colored in green is the existing edge of lawn or tree line. And we have a 100-foot buffer zone kind of cutting the proposed septic system in half, just to the right and to the rear of the house. Yep, there's a 100-foot buffer zone. The existing system is roughly 65 feet from the existing wetlands, which is just above the fire pit. I've been talking to Bill and Debbie and Ginger at Town Hall, and all of the records have been flooded. They have no copies of anything. I've been in touch with DEP for a file review. They have nothing. So that's my best estimate of where the existing system is. Regardless, it's breaking out of the ground. It stinks. It's in groundwater, and it needs to be replaced. So I was out there maybe April 14th with Joe Sawaka doing soil tests. As far away from the wetlands as I could be without really impacting our abutter to the west or to the right of the screen. And that puts our proposed system about 86 feet from the BBW. And the existing tank, the proposed tank is going to go where the existing tank is, directly behind the house near the fire pit. That's about 65 feet from the BBW. All the activity is going to occur in existing lawn area. We're not proposing any tree cutting in buffer zone. And we're not asking for the Board of Health for any of these local upgrade approvals to be closer to groundwater. This is not the lot to be closer to groundwater on. That was cause of all of the problems to begin with. And with that, we'd like to ask the commission for an order of conditions so we can go ahead and install this new system.
Okay, thank you. Let's go around the horn. Bill Lord, what do you see?
I don't see any problems with this.
Okay. Daniel?
Only question I have is, are there any temporary impacts from construction, access to that particular area?
Well, that's a good question. The access is going to be to the right of the garage. The existing gravel driveway kind of gives us access up to the garage, and then there's a small little walkway with an arborway, just a metal one that's going to come out very easily. So all the access is going to be to the right of the garage, right where the septic system is going to be. There'll be no disturbance to the left side of the house, which is where the BBW is located.
All right, thank you.
Mary?
Did you say that the Board of Health you've already filed with Board of Health or not yet?
We filed with the Board of Health and the Board of Health has issued approval on the plan.
Excellent, okay. And I see we have a file number on this one. I have no comments, and I would recommend approval.
Okay. Thank you. Peter?
No questions.
Yeah, I also don't have any questions, which is unfortunate. I feel like one of us ought to have something to ask. But yeah, it looks pretty straightforward. Okay. Any commentary from the public? Anybody hands in the air? Anybody waving at the screen? Going once, going twice? No. Okay. Anybody want to put a motion on the table?
I make a motion to approve the notice of intent as submitted.
Second.
I'll second that.
All right. Thank you. So roll call vote. Bill?
Yes.
Daniel?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. Okay, excellent.
Very good. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next on the list. Back to David Mantey, 0 Pine Island Road, map R30, lot 5. DEP number, we have a DEP number, 050-1330. A continued NOI to construct a dock/pier and floating dock within Salt Marsh Resource Area in ACEC. All right. Who is Mr. Mantey?
Good evening.
I had Tom Hughes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Tom Hughes with Hughes Environmental Consulting here on behalf of David Mantey. If it's okay with you, I'd like to share the screen. If you can enable my ability to do that, that would be fantastic. And I just wanted to, given the length of the agenda, we have submitted an updated plan. I need to finish my regulatory analysis and submit that to you. I also need to get this updated plan to DEP, Marine Fisheries, and Natural Heritage. Marine Fisheries and Natural Heritage have both issued letters on the project, and since we've changed the plan slightly, that means it has to go back to those guys. And also DEP has comments that we need to address. So I'm hoping we can just kind of give you the quick overview of what we've done. I've got a photo of the site, which I don't think you guys had seen before. Are you able to allow me to screen share? Did you guys lose Kathy?
Yeah, we might have lost Kathy for a minute.
Okay. So basically what we've done is, if you may recall, when Mr. Mantey first presented to you, it was like a square walkway with a ramp down to a float, hand-drawn plan with not a lot of detail. What we've done is we've provided a detailed plan for a float that has bottom skids, keeps it 2.5 feet off the substrate at low tide. We are using through flow decking throughout. We've got 1.5 to 1 ratio, and we've just got a small L, basically to give it a little bit of structural integrity to get you off a boat onto the property, and using like a temporary ship's ladder to get down off the platform onto the ground. Have we got Kathy back?
So no, but she made me a host. So let me make you a co-host if I can do that.
Yeah, if you can do that, that'd be great. And then I can share.
Yes, here we go.
And if you leave me on as co-host, I've got, others coming up. So,
There you go.
Awesome. Okay, so this is the plan. As you might imagine, there's no land access to this property. So it took a while for us to get all the field work done. And you can only really get out there at a high tide. So we used bathymetric LiDAR for the elements that we could not get on the ground. The general heart of the property is up over elevation 5. mean high water is 4.1. So here's our, basically our walkway. At the end of the walkway, there's going to be a ladder that comes down. There's a ramp. So we basically, our walkway is flat. The ramp has an angle to it. Then we have a gangway to a float. And if I can, hold on a second. Zoom back out. There's one. So here's a cross section. We're looking at helical posts and through flow decking. The helical posts basically like a 2-inch cross section to really try to minimize our impact. And there are things that can be installed by hand. The gangway is only 2 feet wide going down to the float, and we show the skid detail. To give you a little better perspective of the property, this is a view from there's a small creek that if you show up in a boat and it's not a real high tide, you pull into the creek and have to get out over the marsh. It's not ideal to be able to access the property that way. That's one of the justifications for wanting to have a dock here is, you know, he was able to purchase the property from the town and he just wants to be able to get to it and get on it without damaging the bank over time. So you can see right in here is an area of high tide bush. And that is roughly the area where we're looking at having that platform come out right here. Just a couple other photos. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous out there. The salt pan, I can show you where that is, but basically I think the salt pan is basically about mostly on Fish and Wildlife property, but part on Mr. Mante's property. This is what it looks like from the water. This is looking east, and this is looking, there's the salt pan back here. And, you know, this is kind of the shoreline, and that creek is kind of right here where you nose a boat into. I wish we could just easily schedule a site visit to get you guys out there. It's just not easy. If you wanted to wait till boats are in the water, we could try to do that. But so anyhow, what I'd like to do, unless there are any, you know, comments, any suggested changes or anything to our plan as it sits right now, I'd like to, I think, have a continuance. What's your next meeting after June 1st?
22nd.
Okay, so that gives me enough time to give Natural Heritage the 30 days on the revised plan. They usually don't need that much time on a revision, or we could continue to the 1st, but I may have to continue again if I don't have their feedback. But I do need to get this out to those agencies and also give you guys enough time with the regulatory analysis to properly evaluate it. So I don't know if you guys want to discuss it further or, you know.
Yeah, let's find out.
Yeah.
Let's go around. Let's do this in reverse order this time. Pete, what do you see?
I think a continuation is a great idea, Tom. Thank you.
Mary.
Yes, obviously continuation. I don't see DEP's comments on the website, so I don't know what they are. I don't know if this is in natural heritage habitat and whether, oh, you did just say that. Never mind, stupid question. DMF comments we are waiting for as well. Is that correct?
We have them, but they were based on an old plan.
Okay.
So we've
need to be
addressed,
updated.
yeah, we've addressed their feedback. They pointed out that it's shellfish habitat, so we need 2.5 feet instead of 18 inches clearance, and
Right.
you know, various things. So we've addressed all those. DEP had various comments, including it's a natural heritage, and my understanding is natural heritage signed off on the prior plan, but as you know, when we make plan changes, we have to get it back to them and make sure they still agree.
Right. And my next question is, does it trigger MIPA? This is not a single family house. It's not associated with single family house. It's in an ACC.
It doesn't require a state permit.
You're assuming that there would be no Chapter 91 license required?
Yeah, the entire structure, the permanent structure is behind mean high water. And the seasonal is eligible for section 10 under chapter 91.
That's one of the questions the commission's been wrestling with. Okay.
No, in fact, DEP chapter 91 folks sent an email to somebody else that's within the ACEC and basically said the only way you can have a dock there is by a section 10. So they even pointed out that was a proper avenue to have a seasonal temporary thing. And the other thing I want to make clear,
so provided you have no appeals, which, because the superseding order would be considered a state permit, so you'll.
Right, and then that would get to that would get to MEPA. But the other thing I'll point out is that we absolutely will not be storing anything on property. The permanent structure would remain, but floats and everything else would be taken off.
Okay. So I guess the only thing I would ask you to address in your future material is the impacts from access to this area of the marsh, not just from the property owner, but everybody else who's going to use this dock, because it's out in the middle of nowhere and it's unattended. So it'll be an attractive nuisance in a way that other people will want to use, and there'll be more trampling around it and out in areas of that. In that area of the marsh. So
yeah, I mean, I can look at that, and it could be posted. Not that has a huge impact, but the other element of it, and I felt bad when I've gone out to the site, is when you land a boat on it, you're doing damage every time as well. And since Mr. Manti owns it now, he's got a right to access it, and the only access is by water. So we're trying to find that medium. Do you damage the bank repeatedly with boats, or do you risk that folks are going to go up on the marsh? Yeah. But we'll certainly talk about that.
Those are my comments for now. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Who we have to? Daniel?
Nothing at this time.
Okay. Benjamin? Oh, sorry, Bill Lord.
I've got nothing at this time. I think it's a good plan.
All right. And Ben?
You can walk out there, I have. But it's possible, can be done.
Yeah, you still got to jump over a few creeks though, don't you?
I'm not in Tennessee. There's a few creeks, but you got to pick and choose your way, but you can do it. Yep. I mean, as Mary said, that's a question that we've been struggling with, and I'd love to see what CZM has to say about this. It'd be good for them to get notified and have a chance to comment on it as the ones that have authority over the ACEC. So, but yeah, we'll see what you submit.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm mostly curious. There's not much to talk about on a certain level other than what Mary brought up. And, it's a simple, straightforward structure. So we'll see. My one point would be, did this come in before we finalized that dock policy?
Yes, it did. I think it might have been part of the reason you came up with it, but
it's not the reason, Tom, but you are.
Well,
in the most loving way.
Yeah. Hey, that's fine. Look, we go with the regulations and the policies as they exist, right? So if you don't like the result, you change them. All right. Anyway, so with that, I guess what I'll do is, why don't I request a continuance to June 1st, because I know Mr. Manti would love to get this thing moving, but with the understanding there's a high likelihood I'm going to ask for a continuance to the next meeting if I don't get those agency comments a week before that. Is that okay? Or if that's a problem for the commission, I'm happy to just jump to the June 22nd.
I think, yeah, like you said, if we don't have anything new to talk about, there's not much point in talking.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we'll put you down for June 1st if you want, and if nothing comes in, then we just don't show, and we know why you're not showing. But if something comes in, then we can talk about it.
All right, thank you.
All right, so we need a motion then to that effect, if somebody would be so kind.
Motion.
I would make a motion to continue the hearing to June 1st.
We have Nancy's got her hand up.
Oh,
Oh, we do? Where is it?
there she,
Hi.
you see her?
Oh, video, she has her hands up. Sorry, I'm looking down the side.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Go
find
ahead,
it.
Nancy. Yeah.
Hi, Nancy Powell. I'm the biologist at the Parker River Refuge, and I actually was not expecting this on the agenda, so I wasn't quite prepared to make a comment, except I just want to provide some background. I know, so Heidi Davis from DEP had actually sent the prior NOI to me with her concerns, just to let me know that this project was being proposed, and I forwarded to my refuge manager, Matt Hillman. And Matt has been in touch with Bill asking to be notified when this project is in front of the commission, because the refuge does have some concerns about this project. Since we are the abutting, this basically in holding, we are the surrounding landowners throughout, around this property. And I think for the dock, with all this kind of climate change resiliency concerns we have, it would also be good to address erosion, added erosion from putting a structure along the kind of the flow of the water.
Yeah, I'm also happy to reach out to the refuge as we move forward. When I get that package together, Nancy, I have your email. I don't have your boss's, but if it's okay, I'll send things over to you, and then maybe we can discuss things and resolve as much as we can.
Yeah, and I'll forward it to Matt. I've kind of passed down for him to address, so I can forward it to Matt once I get it from you. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I know that Fish and Wildlife was notified, I think, as an abutter, but more than likely it went to out to Western Mass is my guess. So, okay, thanks.
Looks like another commenter.
Hi, yes, you're talking about me, Julie
Oh.
Smasco. Hi, so I live on Pine Island, and I can tell you that residents are very concerned about that dock going in. Ben, you mentioned that people can walk out there, not without going over everybody's private property. 104, 108, the Colby's private property. So I'm not sure where people are walking out from, but they cannot do so from Pine Island without impinging upon our privacy rights. So I want everybody to keep that in mind. I will say, and I had this discussion with Doug Packer while he was here as well. I'll share this story. A few years ago, one of the clammers had decided to put like their little homemade houseboat parked out in the middle of the Pine Island Creek. And I cannot tell you how many people came in with like pontoon boats and like the neighborhood kids. It was unattended, and people are jumping off the thing, off the roof. The wind took it, crashed it into the creek and the marsh, like the teeny tiny little inlets. Things that are unattended out there, it's a party central. And I will tell you from Pine Island, it is dead quiet out there. And if anybody thinks they're going to have a party out there, whether it's owned by a new property owner or, something like this unattended, they think it's nothing. Trust me, voices carry. And I will tell you that my husband now owns 105 Pine Island, and those pictures, that's dead in front of us. That is our front yard, essentially. So even though it's a good distance away, one, we will see it, two, we will hear it. And I know Hank Moore will be keeping an eye on this as well. So anything we can do to stop this project, we will do. I just wanted to give you that. That's all.
Hi, everyone. I had lost internet access for about 10 minutes, so I will catch up later with everything that was there. I had to go wake up the expert.
All right. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Kathy.
On a side note, I did jump in really late, so I wasn't sure if the certificate of compliances or compliance certificates came up yet. I'm hoping not, because
you haven't missed that.
No, you didn't miss that yet.
Oh, good.
Nope.
Okay, awesome. I'll sit here until then.
Okay.
I'm done for now.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Wasn't
What are we
expecting all this.
discussing right now, please?
Zero
We are
Pine
doing
Island Road.
Oh, Dave Manty?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're just finishing that up.
Do you need
Okay,
that?
so is any other comments before we do a motion to continue? Okay, let's continue this one. Did we have a
I
motion on the
had previously
table?
made a motion to continue to June 1st.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second that.
All right, great. Roll call, Benjamin,
Yes.
Bill Lord,
Yes.
Daniel,
Yes.
Mary,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
and also yes for me.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, and we'll see what everybody else has to say. Next one up, we have Nathan Gray, 21 Cottage Road, still no DEP number, a continued NOI to remove a woodshed, fabric-covered steel frame structure, and located within the wetland resource area and to restore wetland. In addition, construct a new shed and greenhouse in the 100-foot buffer zone and remodel the existing shed located partially within wetlands. Mr. Gray, I see you. There you are.
Hello.
All right, go for it. The floor is yours.
All right. So last time that we left off, we were removing the wooden structure, and that's since been done. I've removed the wooden structure that I was using for educational classes before, and I've used the wetland mix per the order that from, I know there's so many bills, I can't think of his last name at this point.
Holt.
Manual, I'm not sure. And so I used the wetland max per the written letter from the wetland agent, and then we have started to, as following through with the process, I realized that the septic system may need replacing at some point, and I never needed a Title V inspection, so it's never been inspected, but I'm assuming the worst, and so we've since hired an engineer to draw out a septic system, and the process with that is I gave him a deposit, he's come out and marked the property for DigSafe. I haven't seen any other marks for DigSafe coming out just yet. So I'm assuming once DigSafe comes out, then we'll be scheduling with the Board of Health to do the site analysis or soil samples and such. And of course, the shed that I was going to construct is within the area that the engineer thinks that the only spot that the engineer thinks that the septic system will go. So I still have the temporary tent there, canvas metal frame tent, in the front portion closest to the road, and I would have built the other shed, but this other part came up, so I just done what I can do. The grass, the seeds already starting to come up. It's the for lack of better terminology, skunk cabbage is coming up well through there. Everything is doing really well. It looks like the wetlands again. Or wetlands, I guess, because it was a dump site previous. And that's all I really got for now. I'm still waiting on the engineer and soil samples so I could follow through with the rest.
Okay. Thank you for the update. Does anybody want to ask any questions of Mr. Gray? Benjamin. Okay. Bill Lord.
Nope.
Daniel.
I don't think so.
Okay. Mary.
Just, are you planning on amending your notice of intent to include a new septic system? Is that what you're saying at this point?
Yeah, the engineer is also drawing up a new notice of intent. I don't know what part of the process.
A new plan.
through.
Okay. So
Yeah,
in
it does
addition
help.
to the work that you had originally proposed to construct the new shed, you would be adding a septic system. So we'd be expanding the scope. I just wanted to understand if was going to be a separate filing or if you were going to piggyback it onto what you've already done.
Yeah, I piggyback is what I assume, and I don't know if I'll be able to do that other shed because of the
You can amend it.
the only
You know,
area.
there may be some additional filing fees, but you can amend it.
Okay.
Yep. But the
Okay.
restoration is complete at this point. There's no other planting required. It was just overseeding.
Yeah, it's just the 10 by 20 foot area where the
Okay.
canvas tent is closest to the
Got
road.
it.
That will have to be planted once that's moved. And if I can't build the other shed when I find out from the septic or from the engineer, then I'll just pull that out anyway, and I don't know. We'll find some space for it. So just make it
So
work.
there's still a structure in the wetland. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so I thought that we had issued an enforcement order that required that be moved.
Yeah, until the other shed was built, and then now by trying to move the septic system out of the wetland area, out of it, to improve upon the septic, to move it out of the buffer zone to meet other requirements, that has delayed the process.
Okay, so is your understanding that you didn't have to remove it until the new shed was built? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was, and north.
Okay,
north
that wasn't, I'm not sure if that was clear to me, that was the intention.
What's the date on that order? When is it supposed to be removed by? Is it something that's passed already?
I don't have that with me, and I don't know if Kathy would have that handy.
Let me check.
It might be something we can address outside of the hearing potentially.
Tom Hughes, you sitting there with your screen off? Are you still helping him?
Well, I'm not quite sure. It sounded like this new engineer may actually be taking care of the NOI stuff. So Nathan and I haven't talked, I think, since February or so. But I think Nathan's intent on this was he didn't want to build the shed if the septic was needed replacing and then have to move it for the septic. So he's trying to deal with it all together. Now, I don't know if I have a copy of that enforcement order and what deadlines were, and I'm not quite sure if I'm still working with Nathan or not. I'm happy to if he needs the help, but
okay.
It's been difficult getting engineers to really move along. We had one lined up.
Yeah,
just
that was the issue too.
you
We
know,
had one lined up, and it was a month, and he never got back to me too. So that was part of it. I'm trying to pull up what was written as well.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks, Tom, for chiming in. Well, let's see if Kathy finds it, if she's available for that.
Yeah,
And
I'm
then,
trying.
Mary, anything else on your mind?
Oh, hold on. He doesn't have no, I don't have those.
So maybe if we continue this until the next meeting, we can do a little research and figure out when that work was, what the sequence was intended to be, just to confirm that.
I can get the file first thing tomorrow morning, and I will scan everything up and I will send it to the committee.
Great.
Thank you. And then, Peter, anything on your mind? Or Mary, I'm presuming, are you good?
I'm all set, thank you.
Okay. Peter?
Good.
Okay. I think my only concern really is just you know, Mr. Gray being sort of orphaned a little bit without the agent, you know, as present as possible. And so, you know, maybe one of us can go over and sort of, you know, walk them through things a little bit. And I'm okay doing that and volunteering myself if nobody else wants to. You know, that might help sort of, you know, right the cart, so to speak. Mr. Gray, can you, you've got your information, right? Your contact
Yeah, I have
information. So I'll reach out to you maybe and try to schedule some time to go over what you got and, you know, get you, you know, back to the
Great. Yeah, just make sure that email is, I changed the email, but I think Kathy had that right.
I have that. I will send that first thing tomorrow morning, Brian.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. Okay, great. So then, Mr. Gray will, you know, we'll pick it up, you know, over email, and hopefully I can give you a hand on that.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
So then, at this point, I suppose, what do we want to do for a continuance? Do you want to do this? You want to just sort of pick this up again at the next meeting, and I'll let you know what I see or what we talk about, or something to that effect? Does that work for the commission?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good. So then, what, June 1st then, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You need a motion to continue?
Yes.
Yeah.
Motion to continue the NOI till June 1st.
Second.
Thank you. All right, roll call. Benjamin?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Daniel?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
And Peter?
Yes.
All right, I'm also voting yes. All right, great. Next item on the agenda. The town of Newbury, the bathhouse at 31 Plum Island Turnpike, no DEP number, an NOI to perform interior work and to install a handicap accessible ramp. Who's representing the town on this one? Anybody?
Didn't they want to, I think
They requested
they're-
continuance.
Yeah, continuance.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion.
First,
What?
What was
are
that?
we continuing to the 1st or to the 22nd? Do we know?
At least to June 1st. The next meeting is the 22nd, so.
I'll make a motion to continue this hearing until June 1st.
Second it.
Okay. Roll call. Benjamin?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Daniel?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, can I make a
Mary.
comment?
Who's
Um,
speaking?
This is Steve
Mm.
Mangin on 14th Street. I don't know.
Steve, we're continuing this.
Yeah, we can't discuss it.
We can't
without the
discuss it.
representative.
Yeah.
Well, you hadn't taken
Sorry.
the vote yet, which is why I jumped in.
He's in the process of voting. You're interrupting.
Steve, without the applicant here, we're not going to discuss the case. That's why.
Okay,
make
I
sense?
just wanted to give you some comments to consider when they do consider it, but.
Could we ask you
Could
to
you
please
send
come
them to
back
me?
on the 1st or to submit them to Kathy?
I can give it a try.
Send them to
Thank you
me,
very much.
Steve, and I'll pass them right along. I always do.
I know. Thank you, Kathy.
Okay, and the vote was,
Yeah, where were we?
I don't know. We did
Yeah,
not
I
finish.
think we did Ben, I did Bill. I think Dan, did you vote yet?
Yes.
Okay. Mary,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
and I'm also voting yes. Okay, so next one up, we have Christopher and Amy Christuk at 22 Temple Boulevard West. No DEP number, an NOI to replace an existing single-family home with a solid foundation with a new home elevated on piles and install a gravel or clamshell driveway walkway and associated work.
They actually do have a DEP number as of today. It's 050-13452.
Excellent. The DEP number. So who's here with the Krista?
I am. All right. So it was Tom Hughes with Hughes Environmental Consulting here on behalf of the Christux. I believe the Christux are also out there somewhere. If it's okay with you, I will share my screen. And let me, okay, hold on. This is not the one we want. It's this one. Okay. So you may recall the Christux, right? They're on Temple Boulevard West. And when we had our last meeting, I think things were pretty straightforward. There were a couple items, and I'll go over what we've done. So we have updated the plan. We've included a limit of work. The limit of work actually is just on the inside of a couple trees we're trying to save in the back there. So we're going to come inside so that they don't get disturbed. And then we go around. There are trees that are tight to the house that will end up being removed there. And then we come down with the limit of work. And this is really the limit of sort of heavy equipment operation. And we come around and with these two trees, which are the big ones out front, which would be saved. We considered whether or not to put a footpath running through here. The commission had asked that. And in looking at that, we've decided not to, because basically it's pretty easy for folks just to walk out to the street and walk over. And it just ends up being too much of an impact to try to actually formalize a footpath through there. We've also labeled that the dumpster location will basically be within this footprint that's made up of the old driveway and the new proposed driveway. That will also be used for contractor parking and laydown area. We also have the gravel driveway. There's a label over here that notes that there's additional contractor parking next door at their other property.
Would you mind enlarging the plan a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, so let me, maybe a little too much.
Yep.
Come on, Tom.
Yeah, okay. Anyhow, so you can see here, there's an existing drive right here that we are eventually going to be vegetating a portion of. And the proposed drive, what we did do here, there were a couple things we did do. We shaped the drive a little bit here because we had it originally coming down straight, and it was really to get access into the stairs that we had it that wide. So we were able to narrow that up a little bit and just put the bend at the end so that cars turning out don't clip off onto a vegetated area. Same here. We also added lamp posts on each side of the driveway. So I'm going up, let's see, where's my note? So here it says proposed and existing driveway areas will be used for contractor parking and dumpster location. Note right there. The other note that there is additional contractor parking here at 63 Sunset. There's only a couple people who share this street here, but it's just not, we really don't want a lot of contractor parking blocking it off or anything. So that's the reason for that. The other thing we had talked about on the planting was, could we work in, some things other than beach grass? So we've actually given you, I worked with Kim Turner as a landscape architect to actually add in some plantings here, and here. And the plant list includes Amelanchier, beach plum, winterberry, eastern red cedar, bayberry, lowbush blueberry, airwood viburnum, American beach grass, and Pennsylvania sedge. All of those are natives that are found on Plum Island, and some of them are ones that I would not use in open sunny sites, but on this site it's shady enough, they should do pretty well. And that will add a lot more kind of woody vegetation into the mix. see. Go back to page width. I want to run down towards the end. I put some individual photos rather than my photo sheet. So here's a solid foundation. You can see, you know, dune function is sort of compromised clearly by the existing structure. This is kind of one of the trees that's in the back of the property. This is a sand area that's going to be for planting. And there's a better picture of the concrete apron that kind of runs around the house. I showed those last time, and this is the original plan that we had. So going back, I think what we've done is we've addressed the comments, questions, and concerns that were raised at the last meeting. I will note one other item. The abutter had a question and concern about the impact of pile driving. A letter with a methodology was submitted, I think, into your record, but it was also submitted into the zoning board record, where we've committed to doing the proper measures to ensure that nobody in the immediate area has any damage from the pile driving. That's not really a Wetland Protection Act issue, but we tried to be responsive to the neighbors' concerns. So with that, I guess I'd open it up to any questions from the commission, and then maybe we can move through this one and not have it on a next agenda.
All right. Thank you, Tom. Let's go around. Let's do this in reverse. How about Peter?
I don't have any questions at this time. Thanks.
Okay. Mary?
No questions, just a comment that I commend the applicant for the property owners for the quality of the communication with the neighbors and the civility of the communication with the neighbors. I thought that was very well done, and I applaud you for that.
Great.
Thank you. I'll thank you for them.
Hey, thank you
all
for
right.
me. It was great.
Daniel?
Nothing of concern to me.
Okay. Bill?
I have no additional concerns.
Okay. And Benjamin?
Yep, no, everything looks great. Thanks I second what Mary said, and also thanks for the planting plan. Appreciate it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything original to add either. I'm just studying the planting plan. Looks lovely. So we've got a DEP number. We don't have any comments. DEP did not have any comments, as I recall. And so, yeah, looks like we're ready for a motion on this one.
Public comment?
Stop
thank you,
sharing
Mary.
the screen, Tom.
Sure.
Thank you.
Let's
I
see,
don't see
anybody from the public? Any hands in the air? Any hands waving at the screen?
I see no hands. No hands.
Okay, we are clear for.
Oh, there's
wait.
one hand. I'm sorry, one hand up. Ginny,
All right.
go ahead and unmute Ginny.
I am trying to also give you my video, but oh, here we go.
Okay, where do you live, Ginny?
I am at 18 Temple Boulevard West, right behind the Christux, or right next to, I should say, right
Okay.
behind.
What's your last name, Ginny, please?
ERAMO. We acquired the property just a few months ago. And we're completely supportive of what the Christux are wanting to do. And I just thought I'd take this opportunity to say that publicly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, excellent. Anybody else? Anybody else going once, going twice? Okay.
Nope, no one else.
So
Ginny, you can put your
let's
hand
go
down.
moving.
Thank you.
All right, let's have a motion.
I make a motion to close the public hearing and issue a positive order of conditions.
All right. Excellent, thank you. Roll call, Benjamin,
Yes.
Bill Lord,
Yes.
Daniel,
Yes.
Mary,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
uh, and I will also vote in the affirmative. So, excellent, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Tom, I presume you don't need the script about appeals and all that.
No, if we can skip that, but if you guys can please respond to about a month and a half long email request for a site visit. We don't have to talk about it tonight, but please do so. I really want to get that going on another project. So I don't need the script though. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Tom.
Take care.
All right, moving right on, we have the Governor's Academy at 1 M Street, DEP number 050-1248. A request for modification of an order of conditions recorded on 4/24/18 in Book 36-697, page 462 at 7 Essex Registry of Deeds. So let's see, who's here from the Academy?
Wendy Reed, Environmental Manager for the Academy.
Excellent. Hi, Wendy.
How are you? Hi.
So, any updates on your end?
No,
you're still in the same spot, right?
Yep. This amendment request was for work that, may or may not be done in the next year or two. It's currently done on areas that are outside of resource, outside of buffer zones. And so the request was to also do it potentially in areas that are within 100 feet of a resource area. I think there were some questions about the particular chemical the last time we met.
Yes.
Right. We took the time and we looked into it. So let's go around the horn and sort of feed Wendy, our thoughts on this. Benjamin, why don't you start?
I think that my takeaway from our discussion last meeting and the reading was the potential mobility and effect of the chemical being used so close to the wetland. It just seemed like it was a lot of risk for an activity that maybe didn't need to happen. And that was my takeaway. So not saying that was the commission's takeaway.
Yeah, I suppose I should back up. So Wendy, when last week you weren't here, and what we did was we just we discussed with each other what we learned about the chemical and what we found online. And as Ben just said, it does the information we were able to find suggested that it wasn't necessarily as fast a half-life as maybe we would be comfortable with. But I'd like to let everybody sort of speak for themselves on that one. Anyway, so Ben, at your point.
Could I just ask,
Yeah,
did you look specifically for the product that we're using or just the chemical itself? I have the safety data sheet for the actual, formulation of the product, and it says that it's low mobility in soil and it's not persistent in the soil. So I don't know if it's a percentage issue or the other agents that are, combined with it.
Yeah, we all sort of found our own information.
Okay.
So I don't know, I couldn't speak for everybody else. I found both. I went to the actual source chemical as well as to the brand, the MSDS that went around. So, I saw both of those at that point.
All right.
But so Ben, are you good?
Yeah.
Okay. Bill Lord?
I'm good with it right now.
Okay. Daniel?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay. Mary?
I would just echo what Ben had to say.
Okay. Peter?
No comment.
Okay. And then, as I may have alluded to, I was a bit uncomfortable with the active ingredient, more so than what I saw in the material safety data sheet, which, I recall it saying much like what you did. but the active ingredient, it felt like a bigger risk than maybe would be necessary in such a, proximity to the wetlands. So that was my take. So that being said, what is there any public comment? And going once.
See no public comment, people.
Okay. Good. So then, yeah, what would the commission like to do about this? And when do what else might you want to sort of put on the table for us to keep in mind?
I guess what I would say is that, this is a one-time application over the entire year. And it's the area inside the track that could be, that is within the buffer zone. The wetland is separated from the area by, a field track. So there's a, impervious surface there. The other area is the softball field, which also has the diamond around it. I'm not a baseball person, but the sand material. So there's not migration, I wouldn't think, in that area. So, I mean, we looked into it and talked to several different applicators, and they felt that this product was safe in this, and in fact, other people that use turf blankets use a similar product. So.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from the commission? Any other points of discussion? Okay, hearing crickets. So how would we like to respond to this? Does anyone want to put a motion on the table?
I will make a motion just for the purpose of discussion to approve the modification of the order of conditions as proposed. I'm not saying I'm necessarily in favor of it. I'm just throwing it out as a motion for discussion.
All right.
Second.
There's a motion for discussion. We have a second.
Who seconded?
right.
Was
Peter.
that-
Keita.
okay. Thank you, Peter.
Okay. So then roll call. Benjamin.
Discussion.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I thought, yeah, how does this work on the Robert's rules for discussion? Do we discuss after the second? Or do we vote straight after the second?
Discussion.
We vote, right?
Discussion.
Yeah.
I'm all for extending the, which I think, if I'm remembering right, and if I'm not, I apologize, is that this is part of the OOC needs to be extended. And they want
That was
already
done.
done.
Oh, that was done. Okay.
Yep.
I don't have, then I'm gonna be quiet now and let somebody else talk. Sorry.
Well, you have to
Thank
vote.
you, Wendy.
No, Ben, Mary made a motion and Peter seconded it to adopt the changes as proposed.
Well, I'm gonna let somebody have an opportunity to discuss before we go to a roll call vote, correct?
Yes.
Well, that's, oh, all right. Sorry, Peter. I thought that you were nodding the other way on the Roberts rule. Yeah.
So
I
for the
mean-
purposes of discussion, I would just say that given that the school doesn't know whether or not it's actually going to use this product or going to need this product, it seems like it's just a maybe. And given the proximity to outstanding resource water area of critical environmental concern, that I don't think it's worth the risk, given what I know about it, which is not very much, admittedly. So I would not be in favor of the modification.
I love that you made the motion, Mary. That's awesome. All right. Anybody else?
Could I bring up the subject of the impervious surface that on one aspect of the application site and the sand or the dirt on the other application? Mary, is that enough of a comfort zone, or does that create a comfort zone?
it just depends on how mobile this material is and how persistent it is in the soil, how much it affects the, invertebrate population in the soil, and how that carries over to the rest of the food chain. So, I mean, I think it's in the buffer zone. It seems a little unnecessary. So it just didn't seem, the risk reward wasn't there for me on this one.
Yeah, just to sort of, follow up on Mary's, the precautionary principle sort of is what's driving my thinking on this. There's plenty of, quote unquote, safe herbicides and pesticides and fungicides and, even the safe ones, they're not, they have unintended consequences. They may do the job they're meant to do, and then they may do something else as well. And, if it's optional, if they haven't been doing it so far and, the fields are still there, it's sort of, it just, I don't think that saying no to this might disallow the fields to be used. The aesthetics of the fields may go, or, they may need to replace some turf more often, but it doesn't change the activity that can take place. So that's my take.
Can I ask a question of the applicant? Is just what is the impact if you don't use this chemical? I mean, is the fungus that develops like some kind of health hazard, or what are the results of should we say we don't like this chemical?
Yeah, so we wouldn't be able to use the turf blankets because it's called snow mold. If you don't use a fungicide, it will actually kill the turf. So if we don't use the snow blankets, that means that the turf will not recover as quickly in the spring. So spring sports could be impacted. I'm just wondering, are there any conditions under which your concerns would be addressed? Any particular application methods or anything like that we could do to try to address the concern about soil mobility? Or
from what I know about how things get put together, that kind of thing would have to go back to the factory on a certain level, because you're applying things to the ground, or to the, it's not like whether you spray it or inject it or paint it on some of the, the woody invasives or taller plants. So I personally, I don't know of another option, and I don't have that knowledge. If you've got an idea, if you know somebody who can offer an alternative, by all means. I just personally, I don't know about any that might be viable.
Yeah. It's just, I don't know if you recall the map of, we're using it right next to these areas. They are, 20 feet outside the buffer zone. So it seems kind of like splitting hairs, but, I get that that's the jurisdiction, so.
Yeah. Well, I suppose, one argument that could be made about the stuff not drifting, might be, the application that you make outside the jurisdictional area, and you do get infestation of the stuff, and you just have photo evidence of saying, hey, look, there's a line in the turf, and, it's a very strong line. This chemical did not cross that line. That might be something sort of bring back for, a follow-up later on, to actually see how the environment handles the situation. But that would involve a case of snow mold.
I heard it's pink.
Anybody else want to chime in? All right, well then, if there's no more discussion, then now it is roll call vote time. All right, Benjamin.
No.
Okay. Bill Lord.
No.
Okay. Daniel.
No.
Mary.
No, but I'm open to more information if you want to resubmit at some point.
And Peter.
No, and I echo Mary's comment.
Right. And, you know, I'm obviously going to echo those as well. You know, if it does, you know, if you do get a case of the snow mold and we can see evidence of how the environment reacts, you know, then we can make a more site-specific, you know, personal decision.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Wendy.
Sure.
All right, so next we have the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, DEP number 050-1349, an NOI for salt marsh restoration between third parking lot and maintenance building west of Refuge Road, Newbury. All right, Nancy.
Hey everyone again, Nancy Powell, the biologist at Parker River Refuge. I am just providing an update on the NOI. So gave a presentation at the last meeting and DEP has provided some comments. I don't have any concerns. They're waiting for CZM to provide additional comments to this project. We also had some back and forth with DEP on whether, as a federal agency, we needed to follow the Massachusetts Environmental Protection Act. So they, at this request, we have submitted a notice in the environmental review, and that was published on Monday, which means that the public hearing is tonight, and it will close, the period will close, I think, on June 9th. So my suggestion is to continue this project until the second June meeting, whenever that
June
is.
22nd.
June 22nd. And I will try to make sure that we get comments from DEP and CZM well before that so that we can close this project.
Great. That sounds like a lovely suggestion. So let's open this up to the commission. Anybody want to throw anything out there?
Motion to continue to the 22nd.
Second that.
All right. Roll call. Benjamin.
Yes.
Bill.
Yes.
Daniel.
Yes.
Mary.
Yes, and sorry you have to go through that, Nancy.
That's okay.
And Peter.
Yes.
All right. And I'm also voting in the affirmative. All right. Well, good luck, Nancy.
Thank you. See you soon.
All right. So where'd my agenda go?
Zenco.
So Zenco LLC, 15 Coleman Road, DEP numbers 050-1346, 1347, and 1348. An NOI to construct an 8-lot open space residential development project that includes a 400-foot roadway, 6 new single-family homes, and renovation of existing single-family home with associated stormwater management, utility access path, and limited grading work within the 100-foot buffer zone for the proposed roadway. An NOI to construct a single-family home on Lot 4, which includes utilities, driveways, limited grading within the 100-foot buffer, and another NOI to construct a single-family home on Lot 5, which includes utilities, driveways, limited grading within the 100-foot buffer. All right. Those are open.
Okay, can you hear me?
Coming through.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thanks, Brian. Tom Zarico, 15 SD Street in Amesbury. I also have here with me Phil Henry from Civil Design Group, who would like to share the screen a little bit if in just a couple of minutes, I guess. But in terms of an update, we're running concurrent hearings with planning, as you know. We have answered or addressed in text format. I think all of the concerns that were expressed from outside review, as well as comments from the community and from the boards and commissions. We are intending to revise those plans pursuant to those commitments that we made to accommodate and revise. I think after the next planning board hearing, when we finalize again all of the outstanding issues with them as well. A couple of things here, as you can see, that we've modified the plans for. One is the outlet structure from the stormwater management area, which was discussed in the field as well as at public hearings. We've also, over on lot 4, or lot 5 rather, added the stone wall that we committed to make a physical barrier at the 50-foot buffer line demarcation point. We've also had Chris Huntress provide a revised landscape plan for replanting of those areas that we'd be disturbing within the buffer zone, as discussed on lot 5, and also at the area of the trails, the access as it exits from the cul-de-sac. There's an extensive planting list there. Chris Huntress he likes to plant. I think he has 86 plantings noted here in those areas that we discussed. And there's a conservation seed mix that's been identified for those areas beyond the 50-foot buffer zone, or into the 50-foot buffer zone, and typical lawn seed in the other areas that are disturbed during the construction. What we'd like to do, or what we're hoping to do, is entertain any other questions. If there's any other concerns or questions that we haven't already covered, hear those and integrate those into the final plans, and then hopefully continue to the June 1st meeting and close and issue an order at that time. Again, I think we should be in a position with planning to do the same. And with that, Phil, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think you touched on all the items that I wanted to talk through, but I'm happy to go into any more specifics if the members have any questions.
All right. In that case, let's start going around. Benjamin?
I think my only comment at the moment is thank you. I think you guys did a great job of addressing everything, and thanks for working with us throughout the process. I really appreciate it. My final thing would just be that I saw green ash on the planting list. I think that you'd be better off picking a tree that's not going to get killed in the next 20 years by a pest. Because everywhere I'm going right now, I'm seeing the ash borer all through this area now, and I don't think it's going to get any better. So just picking a oak or something like that that maybe has less threats.
Okay, that's noted. Hey, Phil, you can take that down so they can see my face as I make my comments or respond.
I mean, I'd love Mary's input on it, but everywhere I'm going right now in Topsfield and Ipswich for work, and even in the 7th area, I'm seeing trees just pounded up by the ash borer, and I just don't think it's not getting any. It's not, people kill it. It's just plant something that's not going to die on you, in 10 years.
Appreciate the real world experience on that, and we'll certainly make that change.
Bill Lord?
I'm happy with all the changes. I think they addressed everything we talked about in previous meetings. So I'm good.
Okay. Daniel?
No questions.
Okay. Mary?
Yeah, no, I'm the same. I'm very happy with the plan. Only a couple quick comments on the plantings that I saw briefly. the Colorado spruce and Norway spruce, as long as they're not proposed as part of the mitigation. I don't mind them being in the landscape plantings, but they're not native, so they shouldn't be part of the mitigation plantings. I don't think they are, as far as I could tell. And what's my other comment? Oh, in the mitigation plantings, if you can use straight natives rather than cultivars, if possible, that's preferable.
Okay.
And Peter?
No comment.
Peter, you're doing great. You're 100%. Love it. My own comments. I'm just going to second what Mary said. If whatever is sort of jurisdictional, if we could stick to the native stuff as opposed to the cultivars, I very much agree with that. But other than that, yeah, that's all that's on my mind.
All noted, and we'll make sure we address or make any revisions that are required to comply with those comments.
All right, so then let's see, anybody in the public here to comment on this one?
No. Oh, Ben Armstrong.
Right,
Asking
Mr.
to speak.
Armstrong, go right ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. Can you hear me, first of all?
Oh, yes, we can. And
Great.
where do you live?
Sorry, 30 High Road. And my parents live next door at 1 Coleman Road. So I think Tom has done a great job with the plan and being very responsive. What it's slightly nitpicky, but red maple on the planting. I don't really see many red maples around, and I'm wondering. Yeah,
I have one. The house next door has one.
We have one, and innumerable sugar maples, and I'm just wondering if that might be a little more appropriate. And the other possibility is there are a number of trees that are being cut down as part of this, and an inventory of what those trees are and what's appropriate from that inventory maybe should go back as part of the planting plan. And I speak as someone who isn't really an expert on this, but the red maples seem to stand out.
Could I make a response, Brian?
Yes, by all means.
Okay, thanks, and thanks, Ben, for the comments. I think one of the realities of the I guess the nature and the amount of plantings that we have to do here, part of it may have to be discussed at that time based on available inventory, the apparent health size of those specimens when we're doing the work. So, I think there's certainly room for for adapting or improving those selections with some consent, whether it's the agent or or return to the board if we need to.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Ben. So then, at this point, where is this project in respect to the other boards? Is it still flowing?
Still in planning.
Yeah. So I think, based on some experiences we've had, before we can close up our end, because it sounds like the only thing on our end left is the planting list. If we can get that fixed up, it sounds like we can close this out next meeting. This meeting, we've had some experiences where even something as minor as this, closing it out, got us a stern talking to. So if you don't mind, if we can keep these open while you fix up the planting list.
Brian, if I could jump in, I didn't either want or expect to close tonight. We really do want to make sure that we get through with some lingering items with planning. We don't want to have this closed and then have to rethink anything. So we were expecting to make those minor corrections or modifications as you please, and we'll submit those very quickly, and then hopefully we'll have closure with planning at their next meeting, and then here with the commission at your next meeting.
And
Excellent.
Tom, you can send those revised plans to me
Okay.
and I will
yes.
distribute them to the board.
Okay, Kathy, great.
All right, so then just to double check with the commission, that sounds okay with everybody else, right? The only thing we're asking for is tweaking the species list, right?
Yeah, I would just add that I have no objection to red maple. It's very common. So that's, it's a good plant for both upland and wetland conditions. And most of what's the maple that's on the site now, in my recollection, it was Norway maple, which is invasive. So I think there was red maple in the wetland down below as well. So that I personally don't feel it necessary to make any substitution in that area.
I appreciate that that comment too, Mary. I think Chris Huntress does a pretty good job of reviewing the site and trying to lend his best intelligence to those lists.
All right, so then that being said, let's have a motion to continue to the 1st.
I'll make a motion to continue to June 1st.
Seconded.
Who
All
was
right, excellent.
first? Who was
Mary.
second? Who was first on the seconds, please?
Dan.
Was that Dan or was that Peter? Or-
It was Dan.
Okay,
Just plain
thank
Dan.
you.
All right, Benjamin,
Yes.
Bill Lord,
Yes.
Daniel,
Yes.
Mary,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
and I am also voting yes. Okay, great.
Thank you, folks, very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And last but not least, Doug and Shay DeAngelis at 110 Hay Street, DEP number 050-1350, an NOI to construct a seasonal gangway and floating dock. All right.
Good evening, Commissioners. David Smith here from GZA, representing Doug DeAngelis at 110 Hay Street. I'm also, Mr. DeAngelis is in attendance along with Attorney Jeff Rolfs, who was also in attendance at the last hearing. When we were before you back on, I believe it was April 20th, we had provided the commission in advance with a removal procedure for the gangway and float, along with some revised drawings and photographs that accompanied that submittal at the April 20th hearing. After some discussions, we were directed to come back with a continuance with 4 bullet points, one of which was to improve upon the erosion control that was on the drawings prior. Also identify and update the vegetation in the area of the proposed abutment and gangway location. This was actually drawn incorrectly in a previous submittal drawing. And then also address what would happen after construction as far as restoration. And then the 4th thing was to come up with ideas for a monitoring plan to be used in the order of conditions going forward. So in this particular submittal we submitted back on May 4th.
David, I have the existing plan and the gangway, as well as the rev to the proposed plan. If you want me to put those up for you.
That'd be fine. Yeah, the memo, the PDF that I had submitted on May 4th would be the one we'd be referring to.
Are you referring to the proposed plan for from the 4th that you sent?
That's correct, May 4th, yeah.
Okay.
If you want to give me control, I could also share a screen as well.
I'm sharing now.
Okay.
There you are.
Okay.
That is the planting plan.
Let's give David control.
Okay. Let me
All
just,
right.
oh, you know,
You-
I did it once for zoning Thursday. Okay, David, you have control.
You did
Okay,
great,
thank you.
Kathy. You did great.
Mhm.
Sure, if you have the right screen.
Haha, you got the same one.
Oh, okay. Can you see the
All
Word
right.
document?
Yep.
Okay, all right. So this is the memo, and actually I can go right to the drawing here and touch upon these real quick, and then we can go back to the Word document that kind of goes and explains the information that we're submitting. But this is the existing site plan. So the difference here, we originally showed this vegetation line that came across, this sort of clouded line that came across here like this. This was done from the earliest survey that was done in the winter time. We initially, when this whole project started, weren't considering this location, but with different alternatives, we've since come back to this. So this particular vegetation line actually comes down the embankment like this. And when Bill Hoyt was out at the site, and I think he mentioned this at the last hearing, is that he confirmed that this is not vegetated in this area. There's also the line of grass, which wasn't defined clearly in the last drawing. That's what this dashed line is. In this area here between the dashed edge of grass and sort of this vegetation line is an area of like a plant or mulch area with some decorative bushes and very low plantings that exist here. And then there's 4 sumac, small diameter sumacs that are located on the east side of where the gangway would and the abutment would be positioned. So that's more reflective on the existing conditions that are out there now. I did include a photo log, and I can scroll down and show you. Let's blow this up a little bit. So this is looking at the top of the slope, looking down to where the proposed abutment's going to be. You zoom in, there's a little red flag here that would indicate its location. And then it would be going further out this way, out into the water. This is that little beech tree that would be taken out as part of this work. But you can see there's very minimal vegetation here. It's just a mulch bed. If you look to the east of where that picture is taken, you can see the edge of the grass line, the mulch area, and some decorative bushes and such in this location. And then look to the west. This is where the edge of the grass line meets up with the edge of vegetation right here. Actually, I'm sorry, this was taken further east looking back. This is that same tree there. So the entrance to the abutment would be here, but you can see where the grass area meets up with the vegetation beyond. And then this is down below the embankment looking back up with the mulch area here. So that plan is revised, and along with that, the proposed layout was also changed to show the erosion control. It's basically in the same location as we had shown previously, but it extends further beyond up the slope and sort of parallel to the slope as it gets further up slope here. So this is going to be a 2-layer erosion control that's further defined in the Word document, but it's also shown in the cross section here, where it's 2 rows of hay bales, straw bales with some fabric on the backside that is staked down. So those will be two rows that are along that stretch that is shown in plan view. And here's the details that are associated with it here. So going back to the Word document, I don't know if you want me to touch upon all of these, but I'll just go through it quickly if you like, or we can go word for word. But the first item is the revised drawings that we included all 3 sheets because there were revisions to all 3 of them. So we just basically submitted the new set, the photo log number 2, which we just reviewed, and then post-construction restoration. So basically what we're going to do is restore the site back to its original condition on what it's there now. The grass area is going to be restored. Any impacts to that mulched area is going to be restored. The tree, the 12-inch tree and the small diameter sumac trees to the east, we're going to hopefully maintain those during construction and not have to replace those. And the 3-inch beech tree is being replaced by a red maple, which is located up on the slope further to the west of the access down into this location. We also touched upon construction avoidance minimization. This is items that we had indicated in the original notice of intent narrative that we're still holding true for this work. And then obviously we had the dock and gangway procedure that we had included at the prior to the prior hearing. I don't know, Jeff, if you wanted to touch upon this at all, but or if you want, again, Mr. Chairman, if you want me to read this word for word, but this is a draft and the conditions here that that we had included in this submittal for the commission's consideration.
Yeah, Dave, I'm happy to walk through it quickly if you guys want me to.
If you want to just touch on the major points that, we've all got a copy of it and hopefully we've all read it. So if you just want to go through the themes rather than the vernacular.
Yeah, no problem. I know it's getting late too. So, I mean, basically it's two sets of conditions. One was to set up a monitoring period prior to, during the construction period with a post-construction 1-year monitoring period. And during that period, there'd be notice to the conservation agent or the chairman, if you don't have an agent yet, of the anticipated removal activities. Because I know that the commission was, had some questions about, sort of how it was going to be done and whether it was really feasible to get it done without impacts. So there'd be an opportunity to observe that. There's a reporting requirement that I hit on later that would be triggered prior, during this monitoring, the initial monitoring period. And then some reservation of rights language by the commission. So if during that first year of removal activities, you're seeing impacts that were unanticipated, you can call the applicant back in and discuss modifications to the procedures to avoid those impacts going forward. And then we're proposing perpetual conditions, which I would expect to be restated in the certificate of compliance, which would make it clear to all future owners that there's this operation, this operating protocol for installing and removing the dock and gangway that they need to comply with. So it puts all future owners on notice. There's an annual report that needs to be submitted to the commission. And we've detailed what needs to be included in that report. It's basically the property owner confirming the details of the installation and removal activities, providing the dates and the people involved with those activities, photographs of the activities, a copy of the Newberry Harbor Master's annual permit. You'll remember that for these docks to be allowed, they have to get this annual permit from the Harbor Masters, so they'd submit a copy of that. Dave, can you just go down a little bit in your screen? And a description of any impacts to the resource areas or adjacent buffer zones, if any, and measures taken to restore those impacts. And then again, a reservation of rights provision by the commission. So if you're seeing impacts, if there's not compliance, or you're seeing impacts associated with these installation or removal activities, you're making it clear to the current owner and future owners that they might get called in before the commission, and the commission can require modifications to the procedures, to the extent warranted to avoid impacts that weren't anticipated. So we think this really covers the issues and concerns that the commission had. I actually think it's a pretty good I mean, I think this project just comprehensively is a sort of model project for a small activity, seasonal dock situation where, you know, you've got an applicant here who put a lot of thought and resources into a really good design, you know, a thoughtful protocol, procedures to be followed during the installation and removal activities, and now some conditions that you can impose to address your ongoing concerns related to these things. So, you know, I know the commission's been concerned with these docks, and my understanding is a lot of those concerns stem from people who really haven't made this effort at the front end of the design process, but also without the follow-up needed to ensure that just the management and the maintenance of these types of installations is done properly. And, you know, we think with the details presented here and these conditions, you'd be approving a sort of model project for these kind of docks.
All right. Thank you for the walkthrough. So let's go around. I mean, yeah, I have some thoughts on this, but I'll hold on to them. Benjamin, you want to start or you want to finish?
I'll finish.
All right. Let's go around, and then Peter, let's start with you.
Interesting. So I appreciate the efforts on the revision on the documentation, and I'm just going to come at this from a different perspective. The yearly conditions are wonderful and they're well thought out, and I understand where you're going with this. But what it's going to do is it's going to be a layer of something that someone's always going to have to keep an eye on. So whether your agent changes once in 5 years or every year, it's going to be something that's another task. And from my perspective, the simpler you can make things, the cleaner you can make things, the easier it is. So we now have an accountability checklist that you proposed, and I appreciate why you're doing it and the good faith effort to do it, and what it represents for responsibility and as a steward to the environment. But the other side of that is somebody's going to have to check these boxes down the road because it's going to be a requirement. So I just make that as an observation because we find that in planning. We do projects, we do conditions, and the conditions are put there in good faith, but then we are then backed into, we have to then become an enforcement agency. And what planning doesn't want to do is we don't want to do enforcement. And I don't know if, you know, that's something that, Brian, that you want to foster more of. I don't know. So that's just my thought on that. So that's opening comments. You know, Ben, you should have gone first.
No, Ben will be good. I'll let him finish. But yeah, Pete, you know, it's a good point and reflects many of my own thoughts. Anyway, Mary, what do you have on your mind?
Is she recused?
Oh, we don't.
She's recused.
Yeah. Daniel.
So, I mean, I think we've had an interest in kind of, you know, coming to grips with the whole storage removal of these docks. And I think we'd like to have some sort of consistent approach to that. I'm kind of concerned here that, you know, we're going to get other applications that are going to, you know, try to, you know, we want to haul them out on site, and, you know, the high tide's good enough. I'm just sort of reluctant to kind of start the ball rolling in this direction, I guess is what I'd say. I do appreciate, like everybody else, the amount of time and effort put into trying to make this work, but you know, I'm sort of reluctant. If the area for winter storage or winter removal of the float is good enough, I don't, for that activity, I just kind of wonder how, you know, if some much simpler solution for water access couldn't be devised in that same area that's already disturbed. That's what I got.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Dan. Bill?
I think I've said all my comments. I think I'm good.
Okay. Ben, I'm gonna go before you and let you actually finish. I think, I agree with Dan and Peter, and my perspective is something like this is such a well thought out set of conditions that, you're at the top of a slippery slope without even knowing we're on a slope. It's the kind of, if you let the cat out of the bag, even if it's just the first whisker, just the tip of the nose, right? The thing is still coming out just a little bit. And, to Dan's point, in terms of water access, I'm wondering if we've had a full discussion on the site. I can't recall having spoken, we've been talking about this sort of upper pool. There are those two pools of water along the backyard there. And we haven't really spoken about that lower pool, which is where I presume the stairs go down to. And, what I'm presuming is that, the homeowner, whether the current homeowner or the next homeowner, is going to get in the water somewhere. And so the least impactful choice arguably is to put in some version of the structure instead of, putting in a mudslide or, clawing your way out of the marsh at low tide or, pulling on trees to climb out at high tide. And I'm just, I'd like to know how the previous landowner or previous homeowner accessed the river, and if there's some inspiration we might be able to take from how people have done this in the past. I'm assuming that, the current homeowner isn't the only one who's wanted to get in the river, and I don't know how many people came before him in that house, but they must have gotten down to the river, and how did they do it? And why aren't we just sort of talking about that? Why are we building something new? So that's what's on my mind. So Ben, why don't you finish us off here?
I don't have anything beyond what the prior concerns were stated. I think. I mean, I think that there's something that can be done here. I think that the DeAngelises should be able to access the river. I think for like 3 meetings, the commission's had a very consistent concern about the egress on the float plan, and rather than address those concerns and try and find an alternate method of pulling them that didn't involve that area, it's just been, we're going to use this area and find a way to make it work. So I think that's kind of what I've heard, and if that's not what's happened, I apologize. And so I think I just echo everyone else. It's a very large float. I don't know if that's because of the size and the physics to get the ramp down there to avoid being in the AC, having any physical structure in the ACEC. Would that be why, Mr. Smith? Can you understand the question?
I do. I mean, it's a good sized gangway, so you need to be able to have, some decent buoyancy to be able to support that gangway. It's also the applicant's desire to have that size to be able to maneuver kayaks and be able to launch them into the water and, not have a narrow float where it's sort of teetering off both ends, that type of thing. So that was the size float chosen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any, we've been running around this project a lot, and I really want to find a way for the DeAngelises to access the water, but I share a lot of the concerns that were just stated and that I've made, other commissioners have made in prior meetings.
Can I just ask for some clarification on that, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I mean, I missed the first couple hearings of this project, so I apologize if I'm going back to comments you might have made earlier. But Ben, are you suggesting that you might prefer a sort of simpler, smaller structure, temporary structure even if that means impacting the ECE more directly, rather than a larger one that's designed to sort of span it. Is that what you're getting at? Or are you talking about an alternative that accesses the water in a different location? And if so, what location do you think is better than the one they're proposing?
Yeah, so I mean, I think, Jeff, that there's a couple ideas there. And again, there's an existing set of steps down to the area already. And so then rather than disturb that area and create a new impact over the ACEC, that's something that could be incorporated. I mean, I do, it's a real toss up on, you know, what is creating a bigger impact to create this really big float and have a plan and drag the floats in and out of the river, or just have a very small structure that's in that lower area that the existing stairs lead to. I'm floating that. I do agree with, you know, your summary, Mr. Rolfs, that I think that the DeAngelises have gone a long way to trying to do this and make it work. And I appreciate everything they've done and the time and cost involved with that. On the other hand, is just like, I think that the meetings you didn't attend, I think from day one, we said, we'd really like to see a different way for these floats to come out. And there's never been a different way proposed for the floats to come out. So, and then part of that's the size of the floats and everything else. And I really do, being involved in regulatory things here and other places, I completely echo Pete's comment that it's just going to be I think I love what you wrote, but I think it's just like long-term, it's a nightmare to try and keep up with those things.
I want to quickly respond to that, and I'm not even going to change your mind on that, but I just feel like I need to say it. So the reports that go to the commission, I really, when I wrote these, didn't think they would be putting any additional burden on the commission at all. What they do is they go right into the file. You don't have to, no one even has to read them. But, you know, this dock is in a really highly visible location. I mean, I drive by this location all the time. So if the commission or somebody happens to see something that's concerning, what I'm proposing in terms of the reporting is filling your file with information that you can then go back to, in addition to just making the owner actively accountable, right? So I don't think anything I've proposed actually puts any additional enforcement burden on the commission. All it does is it enables them to have information at their fingertips in the event that somebody complains, or somebody on the commission or the town officials sees some question. It just gives you information to have in your file. You don't have to spend any more time monitoring this than you do any other project that's got a certificate of compliance with, you know, conditions in perpetuity. So I just wanted to respond to the notion that these conditions somehow put an increased burden on the commission. I just don't see that part of it. And that doesn't speak to any of your other issues, Ben. I just wanted to respond to that one comment.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I take Ben's point, and just to sort of bring it from the other side, we haven't gotten to it yet, but we have 3 certificates that we need to close out on a single property that were found during a title search. And so, you know, like, these things just vanish, you know, it doesn't take much for them to be forgotten. You know, and the language that you use on the, where'd it go? The second to last, the 2D, a description of any impact to resource areas or adjacent buffers, if any, and measures to restore such impacts. Like, that one just, you know, I just got nervous reading it, because, you know, if you're going to have an impact and then you have to restore the impact, you know, then that becomes you engaging with the impact, and there's paperwork and process and procedure. And, you know, I just got nervous, because then what happens if there's too much impact, right? Because do you then say, oh, well, you know, this isn't going to work. You have to pull the whole thing out because there's too much impact, right? And how do you measure impact? You know, then we have to sort of, you know, start itemizing, you know, 2 inches of erosion or three plants that fell down. You know, it just, I think that's the kind of level of concern that I would have, at least for that one particular item. And like we've been saying, it's written with all the best intentions. It's just carrying it out is harder than I think we want to admit it will probably be.
I could totally simplify these conditions if that's the concern. I mean, I added those things because I thought from the commission's perspective, the more info, the better. Because again, it's just going to sit in your file. Doesn't require you to respond to anything. But if you want to just drop some of those provisions, I think my client would be happy about that too. Let's keep it simple. So if the additional details are adding concern, let's just drop them, right? No
I
problem.
think if I recall at the last hearing, I think that the commission members struggled to even come up with a condition and kind of put the onus back on us to come up with some alternatives, or some language. So I think we kind of did what we were, advised to do. And now it seems like this is a bone of contention. We can certainly either, like Jeff said, either totally ignore them or modify them to some degree, or.
Yeah. The thing that we're stuck on here is that, like Ben was saying, is we keep talking about the same spot and we keep, discussing the same spot from different angles, and we haven't found an angle that works on that spot. And, if there's a way for you guys, in a manner of speaking, to go back to the drawing board and see what else, like what other ideas might work. Like, could you, I'm just going to spitball here, and please don't I'm not going to say things that make sense, I'm sure. But like if you just put a dock in on that lower pool and you anchored it, with rope or cable to the stairs, and then you could reel it in the same way that you planned and you wouldn't have to go so far. Or if you just put in the gangway without the dock, if you just had like a kayak chute that just, you could get the kayak in the water and, not cross the mud and not have that floating structure in the water. If I don't know, maybe you could do like a kayak catapult, and like just jump it over,
It's good for getting in, but not getting out.
It's true. That would be terrible for getting out. But just like what the ideas are there to reframe the same idea to give the access without crossing onto these impact issues that we're having so much trouble resolving.
Well, I think we've touched upon the reasoning why we put this at this location due to the constraints. This is the closest part that we could provide access with maintaining that fixed point for the gangway above the ACEC and be able to get, access down to the water so that the flow could float. Any other location, you would have farther distance to go between those constraints of getting access to the water and also balancing some permanent point in an ACEC area. So, I mean, as far as location, I think we've flushed that out, that this is about the best location you can gain access to. It's already a cleared open area, very little salt marsh as far as the horizontal distance from the water to the upland. And we took into account, the design to be able to make that span. So any other location is going to be problematic in those regards. And we would end up having to have some sort of a permanent structure to be able to support the gangway. And, there's that component of it, but then there's also the removal component that seems like it's not, we certainly addressed alternative methods. And I think, our approach and our details that we elaborated on, really do come out with, you keep talking about impacts, but I don't consider it being an impact if it's done correctly. Certainly not compared to, whatever the other owner did or even Mr. DeAngelis did prior to this, as far as, walking across the marsh and impacting it that way. But as far as the use, how that was done in the past, Mr. DeAngelis or the previous owner would have to answer that.
Mr. DeAngelis has his hand up.
Oh, yeah, let's give him the floor.
There you are.
Still muted.
No, I'm still
There you
There you
muted.
go.
There we go. Now I wanted to point out that we spent thousands of dollars on a dock plan at the bottom of those stairs. And we just didn't manage to get it in front of you before your dock policy. Right? And so this is the second time around for us. So, you know, is there another alternative? Sure, the other alternative is the one that we originally spent all the money on, which was to put a small, you know, permanent structure that spans the marsh at the bottom of those stairs that are currently existing, but it's in the ACEC. And so we basically did what you asked us to do and moved it to somewhere that wasn't in the ACEC.
Understood.
Well,
Thank
that's
Can I ask the commission about this policy? So, you know, I've reviewed the policy, the final policy. I saw one draft version of it, which had a sort of absolute prohibition almost language. But in the end, the policy that was adopted really established a sort of a presumption of, you know, unacceptable impacts, right? I didn't read it as being an absolute prohibition of anything within the ACEC. What it's basically said was, if you're going to do something in this area, we're going to hold you to a pretty high presumption of, you know, adverse impact. And it's a presumption that you're going to have to overcome by coming in with a thoughtful design. I mean, do you agree with that? Or do you interpret this policy as basically saying you can't come in and, you know, propose a dock that has any component in the ACEC? Because if it's the interpretation that I'm, if you agree with my interpretation that it's just a presumption that you can overcome, if you come in with a sensible design, then maybe Doug's original plan, which he didn't proceed with because of the policy, maybe that is a viable alternative. It only would be if there was some flexibility in terms of how you interpret that policy.
Fair question. Well, unfortunately, we haven't actually been pushed on this one. We have, you know, I don't know if we have an answer to you yet. You know, you may have heard earlier that, you know, that dock policy was put in response to some poor dock work. That just, yeah. So we were trying to find a way to prevent the bad docks, as you said. But, you know, having not seen that first plan, I can't say that it would or wouldn't, you know, speaking out of nowhere. But in theory, you know, I think what you're hearing us say right now is that we want to make sure that the homeowner has the least impactful option to access the river, because we are presuming that he's going to get in the river somehow, and that just walking down his bank is going to be very impactful. And so if there's a way to do something less impactful than the damage he would do walking down his bank, then that's going to be a net positive, you know? And so, you know, I think the answer to that is that, you know, a good design is a good design, and we would humor that. Yeah. But you know, I don't want to speak for everybody, you know, at the moment. Ben, do you want to throw a thought in?
Jeff, I think that the purpose of the policy was to restrict permanent structures within the ACEC to the extent possible within our jurisdiction, and that the reading of the way that the WPA connects to other state regulations is what we were trying to adhere to. I think simply put, right now, there is a regulatory loophole wherein as I mentioned earlier, I don't know if you were listening or on, but CZM is the regulatory authority on the ACEC. They only see applications that are Chapter 91 or are a Army Corps of Engineer pre-construction notice or higher. They would say this is not a permittable thing, or that's something that is creating this. The plans for the float are permittable, but if you were to put a structure in the ACEC, even if it's just the pilings and piers that everybody put in, to get a walkway to get to a gangway, that is not permittable under their interpretation. But they never see it because of this Section 10 or the 10A permit. It's a workaround. It's a loophole to the permitting process. So we're trying to connect the two to actually get the ACEC protected how it's supposed to be protected. And the legal, as a lawyer, the legal connections are what they are, and you can assess them for to how you want to assess them. And that's fine, and they can be argued. That said, we're just trying to do what we can for the ACEC, and like I said, I think that the float, and I think that like the design plan that's currently out there for the float and the gangway is totally permittable. Like it's done in a way that we don't have any reason not to permit it. I highlighted in my comments earlier, I don't like the idea of bringing 200-pound sections of wet, slimy, heavy things over the marsh. So those are going to end up getting dragged and stuff like that in the end, I think. If I knew they were going to be lifted and cleanly carried off, sure, but something that's been sitting in water for 4 months in the river, I don't know about that. Especially at that weight, and maybe it's in the middle of the night for that high tide. So that's kind of where I am on it. And then you wonder, like, okay, be flexible and say, does a really small, 3 or 4 foot, little walkway going to a reasonably sized, 4 feet wide by 8 foot wide, smaller, less heavy float that can be easily removed or floated off the property and removed somewhere that's more accessible and not in the ACEC, have less impact? That's a viable question. Does that answer everything you're asking?
I think it might, but it concerns me because it sounds like either we have to push for a decision on this project that we think satisfies the standards, if things can actually be done the way that Dave has designed them to be done to avoid impacts. So no one's dragging anything over the marsh. It's going to be floated over the marsh and brought to the uplands without any impacts, right? So he's designed a project that avoids the impacts you're concerned with, if it can be done, if it can actually be done the way he's outlined it. And he thinks it can be. The alternative is to propose, I think from what I'm hearing from you, the alternative is to propose something of the sort that actually has some permanent aspect of it in the ACEC, which is exactly what you want, but it doesn't require a Chapter 91 license. And so CZM's not going to get involved, and that's exactly what you wanted to block in your policy, which is why Doug didn't present that plan.
I know.
So we're in a situation where basically Doug is screwed on both fronts. And I don't even know, I mean, I'd kind of like to ask him, we can't, in our Zoom meeting here, have any internal discussions, but just in my own mind, I'm thinking, well, we should probably just ask for a decision on what's before you then. And, let's just see where that goes. And
well, so Jeff, what I would say about your summary there is that, and going back to what I said earlier, is that from the start, the commission's asked for an alternative, at least an alternative to be examined on getting the floats offsite. Like Dave came up with a very interesting idea that, God bless him, again, like as you said, he engineered it well, it can be done, involving hoists and winches and everything else to get all this stuff out. But what the commission asked for was, hey, can you investigate floating these things downriver, doing this, doing that, other ways to get them out? And instead of having at any further future meeting, Dave and Mr. DeAngelis come back and say, hey, we looked into it. There's a constriction here. We don't think it'd be possible. We talked to Dave Moulton down at Riverfront. He said he can't do it. Like that was, so we were kind of asking, can this be done as an alternative? And we never heard, no, it can't. We just heard, we're not going to do that.
I think what we meant to say, because we did talk about this at the last meeting and we discussed it internally, was given that we've designed an alternative that works on site, in our view, it is probably feasible to float these floats downstream, take them out at the boat launch, but you'd have to time it perfectly because you can't do it at high tide because you can't get under the bridges. So you have to time it so that you're at a mid tide, high enough to be floating, but not too high where you're going to hit the docks. Probably feasible, but it just doesn't seem like a sensible or reasonable alternative to insist on, given that Dave has found an on-site alternative that with a little effort will work with zero impacts. And that's why that's the importance of the monitoring period, which is to show you're going to have a 1-year monitoring period. You're going to, and beyond. If the work and effort to pull these things out, if it's not being done properly because they're not putting the effort into it or it just can't be done, then you're going to call these guys back in, and the alternative you're going to impose on them at that point is you can't do it this way because you told us you could do it. It turns out you can't. So now you have to float these things downstream as your backup.
Yeah, but in 15 years when none of us are on this commission and Doug's, 65 or something and can't do it anymore, then it's just going to happen. So that's
I guess
the
so,
problem.
but that's also, with that concern, Ben, even if you require that to be the takeout procedure right now, 15 years down the road, it's not going to be happening anyways, right? You could say that about any approach.
Well, I think that's where the whole thing with Pete and what Pete brought up in the beginning comes in. So, but that's fine. I think that maybe having a vote is probably the way to go right now. But I think that if you want to talk with Doug, sorry, Brian, I'll step on your toes here. If you, Doug and David do want to talk offline, I would be, for one, open. We have some sort of get some compliance to iron out and other things. You guys could jump offline and talk and come back in 15 or 20 minutes.
Doug, do you want to have a conversation while these guys do some administrative work, or do you want to request a vote?
Yeah, no, I think that part of the advantage of having thought hard about the ACEC option and progressed that pretty far in our minds, and then having put so much work into this option, I actually think this is the better option for environmentally. I think it's the better option. The location is better because you're totally out of the current. And I think that the impacts are significantly less. So I think that they should vote on this plan and we get whatever we get.
All right. Okay. Well, then let me go around the rest of the commission and see if anybody wants to chime in on anything that Ben or I said earlier, or anything you guys said. Pete, anything new?
No, I think we've kind of gone in circles on a couple of things.
Several.
Truly, you're gonna have to take this thing out of the king high tide, which can happen at all different times, right? Daytime, nighttime. Floating something between tides might be a little bit more cumbersome, but you have a lot more opportunity to do that with much more control than trying to hit one tide, maybe in good weather or bad weather. Because that's what you're planning on. You're planning on hitting a particular tide and yanking it out at the highest possible time. And then you're going to have the variable of weather. I mean, maybe it'll work fine, but it's just you're going to try to hit this when you have lots of other opportunities in mid tide to float it down any day of the week under a bridge.
Dave, do we need a king tide to do what you're proposing here?
No, we don't. And we proved that with Bill Hoyt going out there. It was a tide, and correct me if I'm wrong, Doug, but this was at least 5 days after a full moon. It wasn't even a king tide. And we proved we had plenty of water.
I stand corrected.
Yep.
I stand corrected.
And as far as one thing I want to clarify is we did, present early on an option of bringing a float downriver. That's just the float. The gangway would have to still be removed off site because you wouldn't be able to put the gangway onto the float and get it underneath the bridge. Secondly, we discounted that because of the size of the float going downriver. I don't know how you control it unless you had a couple motorboats front and aft, and you're going to be whacking the side of the marsh. So what's the benefit in doing that if you're going to cause more impact downriver with all the bends? I had initially had that as an option, not really fully understanding what it would take to do that, and especially having it so that you'd be low enough so you could get under the bridge. Not a super high tide to get it downriver, but so we did think of that.
Pete, anything else on your end? Okay. Daniel, anything else on your end?
Nothing except to say I wish we had seen other alternatives. I think the first hearing I asked to see other alternatives because this is riverfront area and we typically get an alternatives analysis of some kind. And I wish I'd seen the alternative.
Okay. Bill Lord?
I've got nothing more than what everybody's already been talking about.
Yeah, and as for myself, I don't have any new original ideas. Just chase my tail a little bit more. All right. So the applicant has asked for a vote. So the floor is open if anyone wants to make a motion to that effect. Or other effects.
You're looking for a motion on the NOI?
Can I just ask one more time, those pictures, what was the high tide that day when the pictures were taken? Does anybody recall?
Yeah, it was a 10-foot tide. It was a 10-foot tide.
That's not a king.
10-foot Plum Island South tide.
So Ben, do you know what kind of tide you'd need? Like 7 foot in theory, just running with the argument.
It's a plus tide. It's a plus tide. It's not like a giant tide, but it's a good tide.
And then how much clearance does this thing need? How much is underwater again? If this is a 7 foot tide and there's 6 feet of stuff underwater, how much is floating? Is it 6 inches?
I think it was about 14 inches. I think that's what I'm looking at the photograph now that we had submitted last month.
David, I think he's asking how much draft does the float have?
Oh, I'm sorry. But we haven't finalized the actual construction, but I think we wanted to make it as lightweight and as buoyant as we could. So probably 4 inches as far as the draft.
Right.
And the post would be removed at that time too.
All right. So nobody wants to make a motion.
All right. So here we go. I'll make a motion that we support this current applicant with all the conditions that have been proposed.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Thank you. All right, we have a first and a second to accept it as is with the proposed add-ons for the order of conditions. So roll call or discussion. Any discussion? No discussion. All right. Roll call. Benjamin.
I'm going to say yes.
Okay. Bill?
Yes.
Daniel?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ryan?
Yeah, I know. I need to vote. It doesn't matter, but I'm going to vote no. Anyway, so it passed. All right. So then I presume you guys don't need the script on, the appeals period and all that business, right?
Yeah, I don't think we need that. What's your, I mean, you're going to need to what, finalize the decision? You have, who's writing these up these days?
Not me.
Yeah. In terms of the bureaucratic end of things, I don't know what's going on. Kathy's doing 2, maybe 3 jobs at this point. So 3, okay. She's doing 3 jobs at this point. So I'm sure that she will get it to you within the legal window, but not by much.
Okay, if we can help out in any way, let us know.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Really appreciate all the thoughtfulness that went into this.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you guys coming back over and over and over and over and over. It was a long conversation. All right.
Sorry, we had to
Good
beat a
night.
test case for this.
Thank you for your patience.
Okay, thank you all.
Thanks.
All right, moving on to the discussions, certificate of compliance. We have Gary Litchfield at 31 Annapolis Way. A request for a COC in order to close a mortgage loan and clear title to property. 31 Annapolis. What do the notes say on this one? Bill wrote, let's see. So just to read in the email, Bill wrote, received this request with an as-built survey plan and the letter from the engineer. He did an inspection and found the work to be completed in a satisfactory manner with the minor changes outlined in the letter from the applicant's engineer. There was dune grass planting, though some was lost to storms over the winter. And the question standing from Bill Holt was whether or not we needed him to replace the lost dune grass. Otherwise, the issue seems to be good. Everything else is in order, and he's recommending issuing the COC.
Mr. Holt had received on May 5th a list of invoices for work done for this project to show that things were done.
Right. So now, do we have any pictures of the site by any chance? Do we, how much grass has been lost? How much grass was planted that
Hello.
some was lost? Yeah, hi.
If I may speak, this is Gary Litchfield. I'm the homeowner. We moved here about a year ago. We did all the plantings in October, as was advised, for the best time of year to get that all in. The invoices I supplied because I didn't have pictures. I had a foreman who had taken them. We changed from the contractor hired someone else. He cleared his phone, and thus we didn't have any pictures. But the as-built plan shows it as the area as planted. So when they did the as-built, they saw that that area that was designed to be planted, which by the way was a little over 2,000 feet, because we bought over 2,000 plants because they're one every square foot. I believe my invoices totaled about $3,200 or $3,400 to buy it, and for the labor to put it in. It was several days of 2 men, 8 hours a day in order to get the grass in. The wave action came up, took out some. I heard earlier that someone mentioned that even when the sand, a foot of sand is over the dune grass, it'll still grow through. Well, some of our areas have 6, 8, 10 inches of sand from some of these windstorms that we've had in the last 2 months. And I see some green shoots that are pointing, that are popped through. They look healthy. So I think we're going to get a pretty good resurgence of the stuff that was covered in sand, some that might have been washed away by the wave action, because we've got some rack that's actually on the property, which I had left there so that Mr. Holt could view it and see that we actually had wave action come up. And it wasn't a crazy year for storms. So my point is, I replant that area, to have some wave action, maybe, this winter, come in and do the same thing. So I think we fulfilled our obligations, and we just had a closing, and the bank is holding us up. They gave us 60 days to get this resolved, or they're looking for a substantial cash escrow, because the bank I dealt with was just bought by another bank, which complicated it. So that's why we're here, and we came right in on this to try to get this done.
Excellent. I appreciate the story. How much did you end up losing versus how much ended up getting buried and is growing through again?
I would say that 2/3 will probably come back from what I've seen and what I expect to continue to see. I would say probably 1/3 was washed out, and that's the area coming over the like the seawall boulders that are there, between that and coming at the house. So the immediate kind of backyard there. Both sides were planted well, and I can see a lot of those shoots coming back.
Okay. Cool. All right. So then let's go around the commission. Anybody want to ask any questions or, cover anything? Benjamin?
Nope.
Okay. Bill Lord?
Nope.
Daniel?
This is a question for Gary. What is this from the original order when you built the house, or is this?
Yeah, this is an order to the original people that owned it. We didn't get the order. The order was issued to the previous owner.
Yeah, well, it sounds like I don't really want to know too much about that, but I agree with you. If you've made an effort to plant it, we should probably accept the conditions that are currently there.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Mary, you okay?
Yeah, sorry.
Taking on your page.
I just had one comment that the deck in the front there has got some kind of like lattice, but it's straight. It's vertical slats. I don't know what the requirement was for the original plan of the openness under the deck, but it doesn't look like it's 50% open. So
I don't know about that, quite frankly. I'd have to go back and look at the plan, but it's relatively small deck. I think it's 10 by 12, maybe 12 by 12. But the slats are, I would say it's got to be pretty close to 50% open.
yeah, no, it's not. They're like 3-inch slats with maybe a.
As you go up the
half-an-inch
stairs
gap.
on the other side, there isn't anything there.
Yeah, there's not anything under the house. It's just a deck there. So that's just my only comment is
Thank you.
if it's supposed to be flow through and open, it's not. So
Was that part of this COC, or is it? I'm just skimming through everything. I feel like the COC was just for the grass, right?
the COC
Or
is
was
for the
there-
whole thing. It's for the whole filing. I assume it's for the reconstruction of the house. And
I might just be looking at the wrong documents. I'm not seeing anything. Are you looking at this?
I don't have the benefit of the whole the whole file and being able to see what was proposed and what is approved. So
I'm trying to remember myself.
I did receive an as-built plan.
Yes.
That may not show that detail of.
I guess I was thinking more like the orders of conditions, Kathy. If
I couldn't find anything. Bill couldn't find anything. And if I
The
can't find
original-
anything,
The original plan, I believe, showed it like that, but I'm kind of just going from memory. I can't.
we know we know when the orders were issued.
Oh, at least 3 years ago.
Right. So I mean, there should be a copy of the order that's at least recorded at the registry. I would
Oh, there's
assume,
no
so.
question there is, yes.
Right. So I guess my question was whether there were special conditions in the order that we need.
Not
to
regarding
be aware
that, not regarding that, because I remember reading the order clearly. The biggest issue was the plantings.
All right. Peter, anything on your mind?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I share Mary's annoyance that we don't have all the paperwork.
Okay, I just pulled up the order from the registry. Is this file
Really?
number
Yeah.
1147? Is that what we're working with?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold
If you
on.
want to go around the horn, I can just pull this up and see if there's anything in here.
All right. Well then, yeah, let's go around the horn. Let's do a motion to approve, I suppose, and then Mary finds something that's amazing. So yeah, who wants to put a motion on the table? Or to discuss further? And or is there anybody from the public for this one? I know, Julie, you're waiting for one, but I forgot which one it is.
hers is next.
No, all right. All right, going once, going twice, nobody, okay. So yeah, somebody put a motion on the table to do something.
Yes, I'll move to issue the certificate of compliance. Get a second and then we can have discussion since or we can just sit here and wait for Mary to look at it.
So Mary's gonna be the discussion, right?
One second now.
She wants the pressure of us talking.
You really?
There's a timer, Mary, I've got a stopwatch.
I know.
I mean, I'm impressed you got onto the registry and into the thing that fast. That was-
It looks like it's all standard stuff, so there's
All
nothing.
right, cool.
So I'll move to issue the certificate of compliance.
Seconded.
All right, roll call. Benjamin,
Yep.
Bill,
Yes.
Daniel,
Yes.
Mary.
Yes.
Steve.
Yes.
All right, and I will also vote yes.
Well, thank you all. I know it's a late night and I'm very impressed. I didn't see anyone drinking coffee and it's almost a 4-hour meeting. So,
Oh, no, I drank that this afternoon.
oh yeah, you get charged up. Again, thank you for your time, your patience. I know it's a late night and a long night for you. Thank you.
Well, thanks for waiting for us. All right, Joshua Nealand at 78 Main Street has a request to close out a COC that was found to be missing from a title search for a real estate transaction. All right, we have Mr. Nealand here.
I'm here.
All right. You want to add anything to that? Or just, it is what it is?
I have nothing to add to it. It just didn't get done 2 years ago when the work was done. And now we're
Okay.
selling the house, and this is holding us up.
Right, and then I'm just looking.
78 Main Street.
I'm not seeing an email about this from Bill yet.
Hold on, let me check. I'm gonna disappear for just a second.
Um, I don't see anything from.
What happened?
Same thing either. Is there
What
a
did you
pending
do
sale
again?
on a property that is being held up because of this issue?
Yes,
And do you have a closing date?
not definite yet.
The closing date was April 30th. And the next closing date is contingent on the COC.
Okay. Doesn't seem like we have any information on this, so I don't know how
So,
we,
hold on. I've got the next one is a property with 3 COCs on it, and Bill sent an email that has 4 COCs listed. What's the number on this one?
3 of them are COCs that need to be closed. The 4th is an extension.
Can you give me the numbers exactly, please? Because I don't know them myself at this point, and I would really like to know, seeing that I didn't fill out an application or pay you guys to even be here. So somehow
Okay, bear with me. I'm going dark for a second.
No worries. Yeesh.
Okay, one file is, the newest one is 0501168.
Right. What are the other ones? That's what I want to know.
All
is that
right,
for
hold on. Bear with me.
Hold on a
104?
second,
I know
Kathy. Hold on.
we're working on 78 Main Street.
Yeah, Kathy, hold on.
All right.
I jumped.
Hold on, Julie.
Yeah, what did you?
I'm
remember for the
happy
one-
to hang on as long as you want.
Um, 78.
I have nothing on it.
All right, so you don't have anything from Bill. Bill didn't apparently send us an email about this.
Are there as-built plans that you have available as a PDF, Mr. Nealon?
I gave Kathy 3 copies of the plan.
Hard copies?
Yeah.
Yeah, and those are the
Okay.
ones that I didn't have time to do, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay.
There's only so many hours in a day.
Yep.
Okay, so we've got no information to work on, nothing to review, and we don't have any comments on it. So we can't do anything this evening, but that's annoying. What are we gonna do? We have to wait.
We have to continue to June 1st.
Yeah, we have to wait to the 1st.
Can I just ask Mr. Neal, what was the nature of the work that was on your property?
The septic system was replaced.
And that was it?
And that
Yes,
was it, and it worked great. And
that was it. Thank you. Now I see it.
If in fact it was a septic repair?
yeah, and there's been no problems. Everything is working well.
Is the site stable and vegetated?
Yes.
Yes.
Was it difficult time to get, was it the replacement system very close to a resource area, or was it, how close was it?
To the wetlands?
Yes.
I don't recall, but my property did abut the wetlands. So it was probably within 60 feet or so.
Any erosion controls been removed, that kind of thing?
There was erosion controls placed, but it's 2 years ago, so.
Right, but that was all cleaned up?
Cleaned up, yes.
Grass was planted.
Yep. Yeah, the lawn came in nice.
I do remember
Since we don't-
Bill discussing something to that effect. And I do have the plan that shows the septic replacement from the engineer. And I
you guys
believe
wanna
Bill went
do-
out to the site.
Do you guys want to assume a provisional kind of move? Like if one of us goes out and checks on it?
So
Or do
can
you
I
wanna
ask
just wait
can I ask you a quick question, Brian?
Yeah.
Mr. Neal, is this inside the fenced perimeter of your yard, the replacement septic?
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of if it's within that fenced perimeter, I'm looking at the aerial imagery of his property right now. And it's vegetated and everything,
Yep.
I think,
GIS shows that that fence is about 35 feet off the wetland edge.
yeah, I think that I'm comfortable
Yep.
I'll make a motion to issue a certificate of compliance.
I'll second that.
Okay. Do you guys want me or do one of you want to volunteer to go out and double check before, handing it over? You just want to, it's his backyard, so whatever.
If
It's in his
we
backyard.
Do it. It's a septic, yeah.
Sorry, I missed something.
Mary said, just do it. It's a septic.
Okay, fair enough. Roll call. Benjamin,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Daniel,
Yes.
Mary,
Yes.
Peter.
Yes.
All right, I'll also vote in the affirmative then. All right,
Thank
so. Sure thing, and hopefully we can get that to you. Do you, Kathy, do you have enough sort of pre-signed certificates?
First thing tomorrow, I'll get stuff done. But I do
So
need
you don't need any
signatures.
signatures, right? Do you have enough pre-signed?
No, I need one signature for at least 3 of them. So
Okay.
I'm gonna need someone other than Brian or Ben or Mary even to come in. As long as I get 4 signatures on the page, I'm good.
All right,
So
Daniel,
I just
Bill,
need people to sign.
Peter. All right,
Please, please.
all right. Well then, that at least is done. We can move on to the next. Apologies to the end of the night for all you people waiting here with us. So Julie, it's your turn. Julie Sinasco, 104 Pine Island Road. She's got 3 COCs on a title search
I
prior
should
to
have
real
had,
estate transaction.
I should have had some coffee. Unlike you guys. Okay, so Kathy, can you quickly go over the other 3? Because I'm really quite curious as to what they are. Seriously, I'm kind of baffled how I'm even here right now because
Okay, the first one was done, 0501026.
yes.
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
rotate this stuff. Hold on.
And yeah, and let's just hear what the other ones are first.
And
0501108, 0501145.
And
Okay.
0501108, 0501145,
Yeah.
0501026, and the current is 0501168 with an extension on the
Exactly.
1168 until 2023.
Exactly. Yeah, Doug and you guys voted on that before Doug retired. But so the other 3, one definitely didn't go anywhere. The other 2 did. So I don't know why you guys, why Kathy, he was under the impression no work was ever done.
I didn't see the site.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, seriously. So I was there on Friday when I thought Bill was coming from 10 past 10 in the morning until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and he never showed. So I don't know if he came early, but I really needed to talk to him. So it's a problem. The 0501145 is a dual property one. That included 104 and 105. So the house across the street, that was the emergency well that had to go in, which was potentially looking at doing it on 104, which we did not. But, you know, if you're doing a compliance certificate for that, you need to do the 105 as well. And work was done there. The well, we did some other work. We had a post put in, I think on 104. So I'm just wondering if you actually saw that. And I know Board of Health on 105.
Because I've got a list of things that he had here that might answer some of your questions.
Okay, good.
So
Talk to me.
1026 was to work on the garage and utilities, and it looks like the garage was never done. The garage was supposed to be raised above the floodplain, and the plans for the newer filings show the garage at the same elevation. And so it looked like, from his perspective, that the garage was not raised.
Okay, so my understanding, just so we're on the same page, the garage tweaking one, the one that was going to get raised and we were going to change the angle of it, is 0501108. That's the one that nothing was ever done.
I've got that as 1026.
It's not. 1026 for sure is the one, because that was done in, when did we start that one? 2012? That was basically an extension from the original owners when we bought it. The house was raised in 2012. I have the permit right here from Ron Pearson. And that's what I wanted to walk Bill through, because I wanted to show him firsthand what the fill was on the house.
1026 was recorded in July of 2010.
Exactly, before we bought the house. When we bought the house, we did the new extension in our name. So that's why 1026 was still carried over. We ripped the house down in 2012 on that particular NOI. Okay.
The extension permit on 1026 was recorded on 9/10/2012.
Right.
All right. Let's.
We just do
leave
them in
those
order.
details. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, let's do this one at a time, one item at a time, because confusing
that
all
is
these
the-
details.
Okay, that is the first one, and chronologically speaking.
Right. And so, based on Bill Holt's observation, does anyone want to close that one out? Because it looks like it was an OOC that was never utilized.
But that's the problem. It's his information is wrong. It was utilized. The house came down at that point. Look at the order of conditions. You're going to see that we're supposed to have filled it with sand. Pearson put cement blocks in it. Do you want them cleaned out or not?
Right. But I mean, we're working with the information we've got from the agent who arguably read the paperwork and, you know, theoretically sorted these out.
But he's wrong. You want to come look at it? I'll show it to you.
Okay, then let's continue this, because if we
All right,
can't.
so maybe, yeah, go on, Ben. You want to do a
Oh, I don't know what to
with all-
do. I don't know what to do except continue it, and one of us can go down and look at all the paperwork, because if what Bill's recommending that we issue the COC.
Right.
Because it's now superseded.
Right.
The homeowner is saying she doesn't want us to do that, and it's incorrect.
It's incorrect.
Yeah.
And that's why I wanted to see him. And that's why I was upset that I didn't see him firsthand.
Understood and sympathetic.
Thank
you.
I didn't see him on Friday either, and I was supposed to. So.
Yeah, so understood and sympathetic. Understood and sympathetic.
Thank you.
Do you have a pressing need to have these COCs issued?
I
There's
do
a real
not,
estate transaction that's taking place
which
and
is,
they're
which is,
pressing.
which is contentious, but it's a whole other issue. They're relatives and yeah, it's, yeah.
Can this,
But-
so can this wait till June 1st meeting?
In my opinion, absolutely, yes, 100%. Yes,
Is there
they
anybody
won't
here?
like it. They'll have a temper tantrum, but yes.
There's 2 people here that have not said anything all night, so.
Right.
if
And
are-
they are the wives of 2 of the cousins who are trying to buy the property, but I almost have a feeling that their pictures are just up there.
Well, regardless, we can ask.
Exactly. And maybe they are, and I'd love to hear from them.
So that would be Katie or Laura Pelletier.
So we are both here.
Oh,
Aha.
good. That's my
As
brother's
is-
stepdaughter.
As is our real estate agent. We were supposed to close on this property April 21st.
Yep.
So we have taken out all of the funding. So we just have a huge lump sum of money sitting while we wait for these outstanding issues to get resolved, which there seems to be no sense of urgency from the seller to get these closed in a quick amount of time.
Hey, your real estate agent was on Kathy. So,
Hey, Brian.
Hey, guys, let's keep this jurisdictional, all right?
yeah, I
You
know.
keep your
We'll
discussion
try.
off
We'll
it.
try. I will if Laura will.
Play nice.
So anyway, Laura, go ahead. Tell us what you see, and then we'll try to figure out what to do about it.
Well, I would just like whatever you guys have on your records, since you are the Conservation Committee, to be what is looked at right now and cleared from the title.
We just don't have that information with us tonight, but it would be helpful if we had a certificate of compliance that referenced each file number that they're requesting this certificate of compliance on, with the description of the work and what the condition is of the property. And right now, as it relates to that filing, we don't have that. So I don't know if that was submitted as part of your request for certificate of compliance or not, but it should be. And we don't have that.
Well,
We don't have a lot of ability.
This was actually started by the real estate attorney finding the 3 COCs and then the real estate agent contacting me. It actually wasn't started by Julie Simansko, but
But do we have as-built plans for any of this or anything?
I have all the old plans. I have the files on my desk, but
Do we have as-built plans or any statement about whether or not they were built according to plan or anything?
I cannot even tell you that. I barely had a chance to go through these files, and Bill was struggling to get through these files
everything.
to try to figure out what was what.
Right.
And that's why I wanted to meet with him and I just didn't hook up with him. So.
Well,
Okay.
I would suggest that we do some homework and be prepared for the next meeting, put this on first on the agenda, whatever, because that.
Yes, this is John. Can I make a comment?
Who's John and what's your last
Pelletier,
name,
22
please?
Burke Ave. I'm trying to ask why the seller does not want to have these OOCs closed in a pressing agreement.
Sir, can I ask your name again and?
Yeah. My name is John Pelletier.
He's the other buyer.
Yeah, I'd like to ask why the seller does not want these orders and conditions closed.
John, we're not doing this. This is too late. We're just doing the paperwork and trying to figure out if we can do the paperwork, and the personal stuff and the who wants the stuff we're not doing. So where we are is that as a commission, we don't see enough information to make a determination about whether the paperwork can be closed out or not. We need to see more. Ben, go ahead.
I think the one thing we need to do tonight is clarify whether we need to see more because we have everything and it hasn't gotten to us because of what has been going on without having a conservation agent, or if there's more information that needs to be submitted to us so that we can do this June 1st. I just want to make sure that going out of this, we make a decision June 1st, since we're going to have to fund. I think that that's fair. And I just want to make sure
As
that
it was, we have no recording information except what we were able to pull off of Registry of Deeds this afternoon. There was nothing in the file for recording information except for the extension on the 1168 file.
okay.
I've got a
So
couple, the 1145 is on there and 1108, they're both on there. So
Yeah,
it's
they're
done
on
in
there,
the
but they're not
registry.
in the file is what I'm saying. This
Right,
is why it was so difficult to get through these files.
are they, were they all, I mean, this time period is a lot of is this flood loss stuff where we lost files on this?
No, it was the
Later.
previous agent era and pieces of information didn't make it into the file and I have no idea where they are.
And, you know, just to be clear, the email that Bill sent to us, it said that for 1026, 1108, and 1145, he sees nothing that would imply something wasn't done. You know, it looks stable to him. But he, you know, as Kathy said, you know, he's working from a thin file. So
if
It
So
should
I
be
guess
the
I'll say-
applicant that provides this information, so we shouldn't have to dig up the information. They should be providing it for us.
Right. And that was provided by the buyer's attorney.
I did point to you the email where I asked you to fill out those forms.
Yeah, today.
Yes. Yes,
Yep.
so if you fill those out, then you can explain in that and I can at least, if somebody comes in to sign, I can show you the files so that you can have a better idea of the uphill battle trying to figure out what happened with these files and why.
Those thin files, yeah. I mean, it's so unfortunate that Bill left when he did, because we needed to talk. We needed to talk. The only one that I can tell you for sure that had nothing to do with anything was the tweaking of the garage, but that was 100% the 1108 one, so.
So, Brian, could I make a motion that this be continued to to June 1st and that in the interim,
Absolutely.
the homework be done so that we can facilitate this process?
Yeah,
I'll second
and by homework, I presume it's going to be communicating with Kathy, yes?
Yep, I'll have to scan all the files up.
Thank
Okay,
you, Kathy.
I'll scan them up and send them.
all right, roll call, Benjamin,
Yep.
Bill,
Yes.
Daniel,
Yes.
Mary,
Yes.
and Peter.
Yes.
And who seconded that in the first place?
Bill.
I did.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and yeah, I'm voting yes as well. So we'll hopefully we can figure this out, and we will put this at the top of the agenda on the 1st, so that you guys don't have to spend your whole evening listening to all this.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, I'll get scanning.
You know, perhaps while you guys are doing the homework, we could figure out how the order could get written, be ready to go on the 1st.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because that's
Okay,
gonna be
good.
fun.
There's nothing else on our agenda, so who wants to go to bed?
I will move to adjourn the meeting.
Second?
I'm out of
Second.
here. Bye, guys.
Bye all.
Roll call, Benjamin,
Yep.
Bill,
Yes.
Daniel.
Why not?
Good night.
Saying you want to have a drink.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
All right, good night. Thank you.